Hello, hello, hello. It's not giving. Hello, 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 hello.
Good morning, our very distinguished, well, first of all, the leadership of the college and ICOMA, the leadership of the university and classroom. We're actually live on, we're on Zoom already and on YouTube. So we've been live streaming, I believe, from 11. And we're going to start in a minute or two. So let's just get ready. Thank you very, very much. God bless you all. And our dean. Asu chairman. Oh yeah. No, I want Joko. It doesn't matter. Leave CMD. See Marcus, she's representing CMD. Okay. So, who is this? Ceremonial chairman does not sit over and above the dean. Are we set? They are ready, they should. So once again, hello, good morning. We're going to be starting the program. Let's not stand in front of management, please. Thank you. And I just want to, we have some compares for today. I will be working with two of our student compares. We will be making different introductions. My name is Olayinka Omigbodu, and I'm your compare for today. Thank you very much. A member of the class of 18.
Thank you very much. My name is Angela Edire, and I'll be one of the student compares for today. I'm a member of the final year class of ComUI Ibadan.
Thank you very much. My name is Victor Mong, and I'll be one of your co-compares for today's event. I'm a member of the 6th ComUI.
All right. Thank you. Morning, ladies and that brought a lot of nostalgia back for some of us. Really? Wow. All right. Well, we see that some things have changed. So 40 years ago and today, what has changed? The French say, le plus ça change, le plus à la même chose. More things change, the more they stay the same. So what has changed? What has stayed the same? What needs to change? What needs to stay? That is what we're here to discuss today. So MBBS and BDS 1985 set, welcome back to College of Medicine, University of Ibadan. Thank you very much. So Victor here will let us know the protocol list for today as we acknowledge the special guests in our midst.
Good morning once again, Saz and Maz. Duly recognized are the Vice Chancellor, University of Ibadan, the Provost, College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, the Chief Medical Director, University College Hospital, Ibadan, the Deputy Provost of the College, the Secretary to the College, the Financial Controller, Medical Librarian, and Deans of faculties here present, the Director, Institute of Advanced Medical Research and Training, the Dean of Students, University of Ibadan, the Director of Administration, University College Hospital, Ibadan, the President and Executive Committee of Ibadan College of Medicine Alumni Association Worldwide, distinguished elders and teachers, distinguished colleagues, and members of the MBBS and dental class of 1985, the President and Executive Committee of University of Ibadan Medical Students Association, the President and Executive Committee of University of
Dr. Abib Olamitori to give the welcome address.
Okay. The protocol list has been meticulously itemized. So I will lean on the protocol. But I must appreciate our
Yes, ma'am.
assistant,
I'm sorry,
our vice provost, who happens
Hello, ma'am.
to be
Yes, ma'am.
a friend and a co-executive member of ICOMA during my tenure. You're welcome, sir. Our ICOMA, it is an honor to stand before you today as the chair of the LOC for our 48th anniversary and reunion, as we gather and celebrate 4 decades of friendship, growth, achievements. I warmly welcome each and everyone to this momentous occasion. Today, we come together not just as medical professionals who have dedicated our lives to healing and caring for others, but as a family, as friends that has shared countless memories, challenges, and triumphs. Over the years, we have witnessed each other's evolution, supported one another through thick and thin, and collectively made a lasting impact on our various communities. I welcome everyone to the class of 85. This is the class that left ABH in 1985 and came back in 2015 when we were 30 to build and donate a perimeter fence and gate around our old home. ABH, to protect the lives and properties of younger generations of Brownites from the devilish claws of rogues and burglars. This is the class that generated the first female professor of psychiatry in Nigeria. The professor that became the first female provost of the first the professor that became the first female provost of the first, the best, and the greatest college of medicine in Nigeria. This is the class of Professor Olayinka Omebodo. This is the Omebodo who nursed and nourished the dream to employ the body of ICOMA to build a second hall of residence, a feat so significant, so rare, yet so unprecedented in the history of any university in Nigeria. This is the provost who established the Global Sponsorship Program, to cater for the financial needs of indigent medical students. The class 85 is home to Professor Philip Ozua, who, in his kindness, came back to donate $1 million to the regime of his classmate so that the great dream of building a new ABH will come to pass. This is a class that has now come back in a reunion to commission the completed Philip Ozua block of the new ABH. The commissioning is on Wednesday. This is the class of Pastor Dr. Tony Rappo. This is a class where the captain was once invited to captain the ship of ICOMA worldwide as the 5th president. To herald a vision of prosperity, abundance, and financial self-reliance for the College of Medicine of the University of Ibadan. This is the same former ICOMA president who has adopted the old Southwest 3 and transformed it to the Habib Olamitoye Foundation World. The current CMD of UCH, publicly declared as the best word in UCH. This is the class I feel profoundly honored to have led as a captain. This is the great class of 85, the class of pathfinders, of pacesetters, the first ever class to begin a reunion, to begin any sort of anniversary in the history of the College of Medicine, University of Ibadan. Today, as we reminisce about our journey, we'll also celebrate the bonds that have endured despite time and distance. This reunion is a testament to the power of friendship, of love, of shared experiences that have shaped us into who we are today. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to all the members of LOC, those who can make it to this reunion and those who cannot. To all our sponsors, donors, and those who have worked tirelessly, the team of Professor Mrs. Omigbodu, to make this event possible. Your efforts have ensured that we can come together in joy and celebration. To my beloved classmates, Group A, Group B, Group C, up to Group F. We used to have A 82, A, B 82, C 82. I was in E 82. And some people like Dr. Adeosun was in F 82. To my beloved club, I invite you to embrace the spirit of this reunion, to reconnect, share stories, memories, forge new experiences. Let us cherish this opportunity to relive old times and look forward to the future with hope and companionship. Thank you, and let the celebration begin. Thank you.
now be going through a process of sometime in 1985, several 227 TJ, please can you help too? He's our organist also, as Dr. Sorry, I'm calling you Doctor, prophetic, Mr. TJ Sunimi Adebi, graduated from University of Ibadan with a first class in Elect. He's been working with us. So we're just going to have a very brief introduction in 3 phases. First of all, I'll just go through the entire list. We can't call out names. And then we will remember those of our classmates who have gone into eternity. When at that point in time, we will stand up and honor their memory. And then I will then go ahead and just introduce those who are physically here. We honor all our classmates, but those who are physically here. So this is just the cast list. You can see that with those highlighted in blue were the girls who were few in those days. Can I ask those, if you are in Group A, just stand up briefly as we go through this. Group A. Group A. You have forgotten. So I'm just going, Group A, sit down. Group B. Group B. Pastor Tony, you are in Group B. You are my class. And I know Philip Oswald was also. Thank you. Please sit down, Group B. Yes, I'm Group B. Up Group B. We are the best group. So I'm just going through all the class names, lists. These are all the graduating lists. Group C, please. Please be seated. Group D. Group D. We must give Group E a prize. Thank you so much. Group F. So the other groups should work harder when we are doing 50 and 45. So these are all the members on that list. All the members of our class. I hope we're. And then I want just the class of 85 to please rise. class of 85, please. Great is thy faithfulness. Akinriola Abiola. There is no shadow of Abokede Abioye. Olanrewaju Adekoye. Olakunle Adeleye. Adetunji Adeluga. Oluseyi Adeosun. Samson Agbola. Olayinka Akinjobi. Mark Anthony Anuma. Moreni Keji Oladeji Bolahan. Joseph Emeka Azuwin. Anthony Uke Ene. Emmanuel Ezoku. Adeni Olusegun Falade. Abiola Olusiji Fatula. Dango Genesis Kaleo. Olaronke Ladipo Niodutola. Adebola Michael Latsunji. Chukwudi Obimwa Kaneli. Jacob Adegoke Oba. Great is thy faithfulness. Titus Ogunbamigbe. Thy faithfulness. Benjamin Babalola Okunola. Adebayo Olujombe. Kike. Sorry, the name is Niayeye Oyedele. Sorry, it's misspelling. Oluwatoyin Adelaki Ni Akinwole Miwa. Uche Francis Udubis. Umoru Dada. May their legacies live on, and may they continue to rest in his arms of love. Amen. Thank you, class of 85. Some of them were with us a year, 2 ago. Some of them were here with us when we did our 30th. We thank God we're alive to witness this. May the Lord have mercy upon us. Amen. We'll now proceed to just call on those who are here. As your name is, because we are live streaming, we'll just call your name. If you are physically here, just your name, and you stand, please, so that you can be recognized. Some of you have traveled from the US, the UK, Canada, from all over the world, from all parts of Nigeria. It's taken a lot of effort, a lot of resources. And we honor all our classmates, but for those who are here, so I'm going to start. It's arranged according to alphabetical order. So we call this the roll call of rubies, our 40th anniversary. Dr. Adeshida Oyebode Adeboyega. Dr. Adewuyi Aderemi Waid. Dr. Alaziha Nengi. Please stand long enough for a personal shot in the midst of your classmates. Thank you. It would be nice maybe if you move on stage so you can capture them with the classmates, please. When they stand. Dr. Ayodeji Akinola Olabandele. Dr. Badmus Oluleke Salimu. Dr. Bello Adebayo. Please get. Dr. Bello James. No? Okay. Dr. Eboson Titilope Abisoye Nifakoya. Dr. Fenuyi Ifeba Badejo Adebola. Dr. George Tomina. I think he has not arrived yet. He said he's on his way. Oh, he's on Abuja. Okay, well, Dr. Ibanga is on his way. This is the last minute arrival. Dr. Jibodu Modukwe Olajire Ni Iluyemi. She's the class baby. She turns 60 last year as our class baby. So we're all and Dr. Kehinde Olubola Adenike Nibanjo. Dr. Ladeji Adeshola. Sorry, Olajide, I'm sorry. Please, we'll correct that for Wednesday. Olajide Adeshola. Please, admin, note that. Chief Dr. Sir Nwajagu Johnson Ora. Dr. Nwani Felix Noyelim. Professor Nwaugu George Benjamin. Dr. Obasi Chinyere Ngozi. I have not seen Dr. Odoike. Is he here? Okay, and I've not seen Odu. No. He's here. Where? Eh? Where is he? He's on Oguyelu. He's on his way. Okay. Professor Ofoka Edward Chinwedu. Dr. Okewale Babatunde Adebayo. And our class captain when we were in school, hall chair ABH, Dr. Olamitoye Abib. And he's here with his spouse. Dr. Olowu Omobolanleni Adetiba. Professor Omigbodun Olayinka Nibajo. Dr. Onyema Ugochukwu Ernest. Dr. Oshiyemi Adeyemi Omolara. Dr. Osho Olumuyiwa Olufemi. Dr. Oyefule, son, no? It's on his way. Dr. Pastor has on his way. And Pastor Dr. Rapo Anthony Oshekola. Thanks. Dr. Shitabe Yetunde Ariolani Akinshekbe. Class mommy. Class mommy. Professor Reverend Shoile David Olaiwola. Dr. Undie Uga Ube. Dr. Williams and Dr. Zukumo Priye Andrew. So, is there anybody we've missed out? Is here? Ah, okay, you didn't give your photo, bring your photograph. Is there? Oh yeah. We don't have the photo. Okay. Thank you so much. Dr. Oduye Lubukola. And before we move on to the next item, I just want to, in a very special way, acknowledge the names that are up here, because we all levied ourselves. And all of us who attended contributed. But there were some people who are not coming. But they went out of their way to send something in. And I think Adebayo Adeni Olugbenga, Adeyekun Mobolandeni Olubonje, Odubanrin Kayode, Omoshola Caleb, Afelumo, Abimbola Oluseyi, Akingbola, Aderonke Ni Adeyinka, Akingbola, Olugbenga Ayodeji John, Akinyemi Emmanuel Sunday, Kofe Oluwa Fadeke Ni Adenekon, Lamuren Taiwo Edward, Oshoba Olayinka, Oshitokun Bankole Oluseyi, Oteri Avuva Joseph Salako Abayomi, Oluwaremilekun, Shongo Wanwa Olugbenga Oluseun, Tayo Oluboyega Oludadekpo. Is it? Dadekpo. Thank you so much. He's also a member of the class LOC. So on that note, I think we would make other introductions later. Thank you so much. God bless you. I think we'll move very quickly. Where are my LMs? Okay, thank you.
Another round of applause, please. I think we can do better than that. Okay, so next up we'll be taking the address by the Provost of the College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, ably represented by the Deputy Provost of the College in the person of Professor S.B. Olaleye. A round of applause as he comes up, please.
Let me try to maintain the existing protocol, but I would like to specially recognize the presence of the president of the Ibadan College of Medicine Alumni Association, ICOMA, Professor Sam Omokodion. You're welcome, sir. And it would be fair enough for me to recognize the presence of the 6th Provost of the College of Medicine, our teacher, our mentor, Professor Akinyinka Omigbodo. You're welcome, sir. I stand on behalf of Professor Temidayo Ogundiran to specially welcome a very important class in the College of Medicine, the class of 1985. He has asked me to specially appreciate you for all that you have been doing for the College of Medicine. We appreciate you all. And I read his address. Dear distinguished members of the class of 1985, it is with immense and profound joy that I extend my warmest congratulations to each of you as you gather this week to celebrate this remarkable milestone, your 48th anniversary since graduation from our esteemed College of Medicine. It has been 4 decades since your induction, when you were filled with dreams, aspirations, and the foundational knowledge that has shaped not only your individual futures, but also impacted numerous lives across our nation and beyond. As I reflect upon the extraordinary journey of your graduating class, I'm impressed by the exceptional array of accomplishments you have individually and collectively achieved over these 4 decades. Your class stands as a testament to the excellence and vision that the College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, has always strived to instill in its graduates. The paths you have taken, the heights you have reached, and the impact you have made serve as inspiration for current students and future generations of health professionals. Among your distinguished ranks, we celebrate an immediate past provost of our institution, Professor Olayinka Omigbodo, whose visionary leadership, like the provost before her, contributed immensely to the growth of the College of Medicine. Her tenure as provost exemplified unique leadership and demonstrated how graduates can return to nurture and strengthen the institution that shaped their professional foundation. I also recognize your classmate, our own Dr. Habib Olamitoye, who served as a past president worldwide of Ibadan College of Medicine Alumni Association, ICOMA, our alumni association. He dedicated countless hours to fostering connections, organizing meaningful events, and ensuring that the bond between our school and its graduates remained strong and vibrant. Let me, on a personal note, you may not remember this. On my assumption as the Dean of the Faculty of Basic Medical Sciences, Dr. Mala Mitoye walked to my office and made a personal donation to the faculty. And it was that seed money that we used in purchasing some things that we used in the development of that faculty. We remain grateful to you, sir. Through his leadership, the ICOMA has flourished, creating networks that facilitated professional opportunities, mentorship programs, and collaborative initiatives that continue to benefit our entire academic community. Your class, the class of 85, has produced seasoned administrators who have risen to prominent positions in healthcare systems, government agencies, and international organizations. These leaders have shaped healthcare policy, improved organization efficiency, and championed initiatives that have enhanced the quality of care delivered to diverse populations. Their administrative acumen has been instrumental in navigating complex healthcare challenges and implementing innovative solutions that have far-reaching positive impacts. The business moguls among your ranks have also demonstrated that health professionals can excel not only in clinical and academic settings, but also in entrepreneurial arena. We are proud of the professors and academicians among you who are faculties of prestigious institutions worldwide. As scholars, you have advanced the frontiers of knowledge through your teaching, research, and scholarly publications. You have mentored countless students and contributed to shaping their understanding of health and medicine. Your commitment to education has ensured that our profession's knowledge and values to generations of health professionals are maintained. The innovative researchers in your set have made groundbreaking contributions to medical science, public health, and healthcare delivery. Through rigorous scientific inquiry, they have uncovered new treatments, developed preventive strategies, and provided evidence-based solutions to pressing health challenges. The exemplary clinicians among you have also touched countless lives through their compassionate care, clinical expertise, and unwavering commitment to patients' welfare. As committed professionals, you have rendered service in diverse health environments, rural clinics, urban medical centers, emergency departments, and specialized treatment facilities. Most remarkably, your class includes an individual who holds the distinction of being the highest anonymous donor in the history of not only our school, but any institution in our nation, Nigeria. This extraordinary act of generosity by Professor Philip Ozua represents more than financial contribution. It demonstrates a profound commitment to the advancement of education, research, and service that defines our mission as an institution. The donation of $1 million at the virtual sword-turning ceremony of 1st of August 2022 also provided the impetus for others to contribute to the building of new hostels. Philanthropic donations from your class have facilitated various projects, supported student scholarship, funded the construction of a new student hostel block, and created opportunities that will benefit the future students and faculty. Such unprecedented generosity reflects the value of giving back and paying forward that we hope to instill in all our graduates. One of you, Dr. Olabisi Oshikanlu, generously took over the management of the Global Sponsor a Project Program, GSASP, of the college, and her passion, commitment, and sacrifices in the past 1 year have transformed the program to be second to none in and beyond Nigeria. Beyond these specific achievements, your class has collectively contributed to the betterment of the society in countless ways. You have served as healthcare leaders during crisis, advocates of health equity, champions of public health initiatives, mentors to younger professionals, and selfless donors towards improving the College of Medicine, University of Ibadan. Your diverse career paths have demonstrated the versatility and broad applicability of the education you received in this college. As we celebrate this significant milestone, we also recognize that your achievements reflect not only your individual talents and hard work, but also the sturdy foundation provided by our college's faculty, staff, and academic programs. Your success validates our educational mission and inspires us to continue to strive for excellence in preparing future health professionals. Looking towards the future, we are confident that your class will continue to make meaningful contributions to the college and society at large. Your experience, your wisdom, and continued passion for service position, you tackle emerging health challenges, mentor the next generation of professionals, and lead innovative initiatives that will further advance our field. This week's celebration is not merely a commemoration of the past, but a recognition of ongoing potential and future possibilities. I encourage you to maintain and build on the friendships and professional relationships formed during your student years and have continued throughout your careers. These relationships continue to be sources of support, inspiration, and partnership in addressing the complex challenges facing our world today. On behalf of the college management and the entire College of Medicine, faculty, staff, and students, I extend our deepest gratitude for your immense contributions and honor you have brought to our institution and profession. We acknowledge your accomplishments as our alumni with pride. We look forward in anticipation to your continued engagement, support, and donations to the college towards enriching our academic responsibilities to our students like you, once over 40 years ago. As you gather to celebrate, to reconnect, and reflect, please know that you carry with you our admiration, respect, and best wishes for continued success and fulfillment. May this anniversary celebration be a joyous occasion filled with fond memories, renewed friendships, and inspiration for the years ahead. Congratulations once again to the remarkable class of 1985. Your legacy continues to inspire us, and your future contributions remain eagerly anticipated. God bless you all.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much, sir. I think we'll just move on very quickly to the next. Where were my student MCs? We're having I think we'll just move very quickly to the citation of the keynote speaker. And I'm going to invite Pastor Dr. Tony Rappo to please come and, okay. Can we have music? Let's have just some light music while he comes. Where is our keyboardist? We can still sing him up the stage. So with that light music in the background, I welcome you. No, you will stand for your citation. Please, sir. I hope we're projecting also the words on. I'm honored to be reading the citation of Pastor Tony Rappo, Pastor Dr. Tony Rappo, my classmate, but we all know that he was our senior because he had done a bachelor's before. And I was also very privileged to be in the same group with him, Group B. And I can attest to the fact that he was very brilliant in that group and used to do a lot of wonderful things. So, Dr. Tony Rappo is a distinguished medical doctor, community reformer, filmmaker, and senior pastor of the House of Freedom, a faith-based ministry he founded to foster spiritual growth and social transformation in Nigeria. Renowned for his interdisciplinary approach, Dr. Rapo integrates medicine, faith, advocacy, and grassroots intervention to address Nigeria's most pressing social and health challenges. Under his leadership, House of Freedom operates as a network of church expressions and outreach initiatives, including this present house, its flagship congregation. The Waterbrook, serving young professionals, God Bless Nigeria, focused on community development and poverty alleviation, and its social arm, Freedom Foundation. As chairman of the Board of Trustees for Freedom Foundation, Dr. Rapo oversees innovative programs addressing drug addiction, urban poverty, and systemic marginalization. His work is characterized by a holistic, evidence-based methodology rooted in extensive community engagement, particularly in high-need areas such as Akala, Mushin, and the Empire Slum in Lagos. Through these efforts, he has developed scalable models for rehabilitation, reintegration, and empowerment, adopted by various public and private institutions. His collaborations with law enforcement and government agencies have helped transform stigmatized communities into safer, more inclusive environments. His influence extends beyond Nigeria. Notably, his initiative, Genesis House, was featured at the United Nations Commission on Crime Prevention and Criminal Justice in Austria, where its work on rehabilitating victims of human trafficking was showcased. Supported by the UN Voluntary Trust Fund for Victims of Trafficking, this underscores the global credibility and relevance of his work. In partnership with the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, UNODC, Dr. Rapo's Freedom Foundation received a multi-year grant to establish a community-based drop-in center for drug dependence treatment in Lagos. This initiative provided immediate health care, social services, and free medical support to over 1,000 individuals, emphasizing community-based interventions as an alternative to conventional rehabilitation and gathering critical data to inform long-term strategies. As a psychiatrist myself, I fully understand the impact of the work that he has been doing. Beyond organizational leadership, Dr. Rapo is a respected mentor, life coach, and thought leader, advocating for compassionate, system-aware approaches to addiction and social issues. He views substance use disorders as both medical and social challenges, and champions faith-based, evidence-driven interventions that bridge clinical, spiritual, and policy domains. To inspire societal change and document his impactful work, he has executively produced notable documentaries, including My Lagos Diaries, a critically acclaimed series depicting transformative stories from communities affected by drugs, poverty, and violence. These stories birthed another initiative endorsed by the Lagos State government, the Operation Better Life Project. Structured as a citywide social intervention program, its flagship project, Ile Ayo, a 50-bed substance abuse rehabilitation facility in Ikeja, was officially launched by Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. Rooted in a practical theology emphasizing social justice and community renewal, Dr. Rapo challenges conventional religious paradigms, aligns his work with contemporary discourse on faith, development, and social impact. He is married to Pastor Mrs. Nkoyo Rapo, She is the senior pastor of Waterbrook Church in Lekki, Lagos. She is a lawyer, pastor, and author, and has been a strong support to her husband. She's also involved in various church and community initiatives, sitting on the board of Freedom Foundation and the House of Freedom. Additionally, she's chair of African Broadcasting Network, a Christian television station, and several other business ventures. And they are blessed with 3 wonderful children. Distinguished management, alumni, class of 85, students, and all that are here present, please welcome with me Pastor Dr. Tony Rapu of the great class of MBBS class of 1985. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. You may please be seated. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Our chairman said he would lean on the existing protocol that was well articulated by the organizers. And the provost said he was going to maintain that protocol. I think I will just stand on that protocol at this time. So, thank you so much for your wonderful speeches. So today, we gather not just to celebrate the milestone of 40 years, but we're here also to honor what I call a profound and enduring journey, a journey that has spanned decades of dedication, of growth, and of service. It's been 40 years since many of us seated here graduated from this revered institution, UCH Ibadan. And so this occasion of our 40th anniversary offers us a precious moment of reflection to look back at the past, to appreciate the remarkable growth we have all experienced, and to look forward with hope, with purpose, and with renewed commitment for what lies ahead. I wish to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all my friends and my colleagues, especially those with whom I shared the early days of our careers. I'm deeply thankful for the shared experiences and the bonds that have withstood the test of time. A special appreciation goes to our former provost, Professor Yinka, whose dedication, zeal, and what I call unwavering commitment to progressive causes has truly been inspiring. Professor Ma, I know that a lot of development occurred during your tenure, and I am grateful for your leadership. And honestly, I'm not here because Professor MS spoke to my wife. I'm here because you extended an invitation to me, and I said, I'll do anything for our provost. So please, let's give her a hand. I also want to thank you for ensuring I arrived here early. She called me day and night to ensure I got here on time. So I actually came in last night, so I wouldn't be late to the event this morning. My sincere thanks also go to my chairman, the chairman of the local organizing committee, Dr. Habib Olamitoye. Your good works are legendary. Thank you for your tireless efforts and steadfast commitment to making this event a resounding success. I also want to acknowledge Dr. BC, who's not here. She was in my group, B82, I think we were called. But she serves as the chairperson of the Global Sponsors Student Program. Now, there are many others here I know who have made significant impact along this journey. but too many to mention individually at this moment. But however, we look forward to celebrating invaluable contributions on Wednesday during the commissioning of the Philip Oswald Hostel Block, as we honor the achievements of the MBBS BDS class of '85. But today, for a few minutes, I want to speak especially to our current medical students. And I would be saying a few words as well to those who are listening to this keynote address. And we've chosen a theme, and I love the theme I've been given. I'm talking on the seasons of life. And I want to share a perspective which I believe can serve as a compass as we navigate through the seasons of our lives, especially for students who today are preparing to serve others in this noble profession of medicine. So if we consider life as a journey through three distinctive yet interconnected seasons: morning, afternoon, and evening. So imagine that we lived life to the ripe old age. When I talk to young people, I say 75. When I talk to older people, I say 90. So let's assume we split life into three, and each lasting 25 to 30 years. We'll find that each of these seasons, if we call them morning, afternoon, and evening, each season would have its own unique purpose, its own unique lessons, and its particular challenges. The wisest man who ever lived, King Solomon, said, "To everything there is a season and a time to every purpose under heaven." Said there is a time to be born and a time to die, and I will add in between a time to live life purposefully. There is a saying that when the use of a thing is not known, abuse is inevitable. So the wisest man tells us to understand the seasons of life. Let's look at the morning of our lives. The morning is a time of new beginnings, a time of laying foundational stones. The morning is the time when the sun rises. The morning is the time to plant seeds. It's a period marked by growth, by exploration, by discovery. I would confidently say, let me ask the students, majority of you, are you in the morning, afternoon, or evening of your lives? Let me start. How many of the students here are in the evening of their lives? Because some choose to further their education in the evening of their lives. How about afternoon? Okay, how about early afternoon? All right, morning. That's amazing. The rest of us here are most likely, even our baby, even the last baby of the class. So most of us here are in the late afternoon. Okay, late afternoon. Early afternoon. You have to swear and feed a bit to that. So most of our colleagues here for the reunion, we are honestly in the late afternoon or the evening of our lives. So everyone is currently in one season or another. And as the sunlight brings clarity and illumination in the morning of our lives is a time to focus on the purpose of our lives. The morning is when education must be our priority. So if you choose to start your education in the evening. We celebrate your effort, but ideally, it should start in the morning of your life. The morning is a time to build character, to set a vision for the future. And this vision requires foresight. So I say to the students, you've got to inculcate foresight. So my message to you this morning, can you please cultivate foresight? There are many young people who don't have the self-awareness of the seasons of life, and I'll talk about it later. But can you plant seeds for the vision you see in the future? What kind of doctor do you aspire to be? I know oftentimes we're just trying to pass exams, but what values do you want to uphold were you to pass those exams? What are your passions in life? Where do you see yourself 15 to 20 years from now? What are your deepest desires? So the morning of life is the time to pay the price. It's the time to build resilience. It's the time to build integrity. It's the time to nurture empathy. It is the time to cultivate a spirit of excellence. As Prof said, my own journey began with my first degree in sciences at the University of Ibadan. I got a degree in BSc Zoology, and I was contemplating further studies in fisheries. The professor had given us a place to start a master's in fisheries. But my father, who's late now, he said, I think you'll make a better medical doctor. So he encouraged me. I said to him, but I'm getting old. He said, no, you're not old. So he encouraged me to take a year after my youth corps to pursue medical training. Today, I'm grateful for that advice. I managed to complete medical school here at UCH with these distinguished colleagues of mine, did my house job at Luth in Lagos, all within the morning of my life. So what are your passions? My rural postings, we called it PSM. I think it's social medicine. PSM at that time in Igbora and Erua profoundly impacted me and ignited seeds of the social work that I would embrace many years later. Just learning at the time where to dig wells and where to place pit latrines, I found very profound at that time. And it always stayed with me. And my posting at Arrow Psychiatric Hospital also sparked a keen interest in psychiatry and addiction medicine. I remember, I think it was Professor Olatawura at the time, teaching on anxiety and depression and the effects of trauma, lessons that continue to influence the work I do today. So I often tell young people, your passion is like your GPS. It's your passion is your compass. When you are passionate about your work, medicine becomes more than a profession. It becomes a calling, as it is, I believe, for most of us today who are still enjoying the benefits of being medical doctors. So even though I do pastoral work, I've integrated it with all the experiences I learned in medicine. So the morning is a time for hard work. Professor Ma, I remember our second MBBS exams. Dr. Falk, Professor Falker, do you recall? It was a grueling experience. I recall feeling very overwhelmed. But as the saying goes, resilience is built not in the calms, but in the storms of life. So most of us here celebrating 40 years of graduation, We paid the price with long nights of sacrifice and perseverance. I remember studying 18 to 23 hours in a day into the exams. Remember running to the dining room so as not to waste a single moment. I remember those times where we gathered as groups late into the night, had coffee, and went back just to sit for the exams. So therefore, if you are in the morning of your life, do not look for the easy way out. Sow the seeds now. Discipline, integrity, hard work, purposeful living. These are the seeds we sow now, and these virtues will yield fruit. Imagine going to a bank and asking for your investment or returns on an investment, and they can't find your name on the system. You have no records of any transactions. You do not even have an account in the bank, but you want returns on an investment you never made. And so people look for fruit when they have not planted seeds. So plant the seeds of discipline at this time. Many of us in our 60s and 70s often wonder, where did all the time go? Time does fly by. That's why we're also told to remember our Creator in the days of our youth. So remember your Creator in the morning of your life. And in knowing your Creator, He would guide you into a purposeful existence in life. So build your relationships in the morning. Build your relationship with God, with your mentors, with your peers. And my chairman, may I say, for the next reunion, please, could we have name tags? See, some of us who are turning 70 don't really remember all the names. So, my colleagues, do you agree with me? So build relationships in the morning of your lives. With your mentors, with your peers. And I must say, well, I'll talk about that later, but we who are in our 60s now, I have found that I look for mentors for those in the morning, in the afternoons, and I find that it's rare to find those role models who can model those virtues. So we're beginning to tell those in the evening, please don't retire, refire, so that you can become an effective mentor to those who are in the morning of their lives. So cultivating these relationships early will be like roots anchoring you firmly in the seasons to come. Let me now move to the afternoon of our lives. So as life progresses, so from about age 30 to 60, we now enter the afternoon. This period signifies a time of maturity, a time where seeds planted in the morning of life begin to grow and bear fruit. So in the morning, I emphasize that life calls for foresight. So foresight provides clarity in planning for the future. Now, in the afternoon, the focus shifts from foresight to insight and understanding. The ability to understand and to translate knowledge into meaningful action. So the afternoon is the period where our knowledge from medical schools and all areas of life is now actively put into practice. Afternoon becomes a time of influence, of growth, and impact. It's in this season that knowledge deepens and your influence expands. This is the time to be aware of your strengths and to leverage them fully. That's the season to serve, where you're now serving patients, you're serving your community, you're serving your society, you're serving the nation, and you're serving humanity at large. It's in the afternoon of life that skills, character, and spiritual maturity come into play. And it's in the afternoon of life We build on the foundation of the values we imbibed in the morning. Of course, we never stop learning. I heard someone say, when you stop learning, you start dying. So the afternoon is the time where the sun shines the brightest, when the rays are most intense. The afternoon is a time for you to shine. There's an old adage that says, make hay while the sun shines. So our efforts in education, career development, relationship building, and spiritual growth come to a natural fruition. So you find some people struggling to do in the afternoon what they should have done in the morning of their lives. So it's a time to gain mastery and expertise in chosen disciplines. A few years ago, I had the privilege of visiting Dr. Phil Ozwa, my dear friend, at his office at the Albert Einstein College of Medicine in New York, in the USA. Dr. Phil's story, if you've read about him, is one of perseverance, resilience, and impactful leadership. Many years ago here in ABH, we studied together, we laughed together. He even taught me a bit of karate. He was a black belt holder in karate. And his journey exemplifies how dedication and hard work during the morning of life can lead to influence and impact in the afternoon and beyond. His leadership in healthcare, mentoring countless students and professionals, underscores the importance of investing early in one's growth, knowing that such efforts will bear fruit in later years. Many of our colleagues and classmates here have also achieved greatness, but we've all faced adversity. We've all gone through adversity, financial struggles, health crisis, personal setbacks. But that we're here means we pressed on and we emerged stronger and more resilient. Let me say this to the students. In the morning of your life, as you embrace educational abilities, our IQ is often the focus. But as we move into the afternoon, I want to remind us of another quotient, not IQ now, but AQ. AQ speaks of our adversity quotient, our capacity to persevere through difficulties. It becomes critical. So AQ speaks of our resilience, how to remain committed in spite of setbacks in life. So while the call to strengthen our AQ comes in the afternoon and later in life, it's essential to begin to hone, to sharpen this capacity from the very beginning. Embracing life's challenges with fortitude. There is a saying that many young people do not have resilience, do not have the capacity to stand in times of trouble. So I say to the medical students here, embrace resilience. In Nigeria, the journey to becoming a medical professional tests our dedication daily. The environment can sometimes feel overwhelming, and sometimes the challenges appear insurmountable. Yet, our training as medical doctors teaches us to persevere, to adapt, and to continue to push forward despite difficulties. I've observed many young doctors who, unable to find opportunities abroad, they become disillusioned with life. But I want to emphasize here that not all of us are called to leave Nigeria. If opportunities abroad open up, embrace them. But some of us are called to live here and to build life and career here. So while I honor those of our colleagues who have made an impact globally, And while I celebrate their contributions, it's equally vital to recognize and appreciate our colleagues who have lived, who have worked, who have committed their talents here in Nigeria. Their dedication and commitments are also crucial for the future of our healthcare system. Numerous brilliant doctors have trained and qualified in Nigeria, and their passion and skills are transforming lives, strengthening communities, and inspiring positive change. I must say that I am grateful for those who, despite their training abroad, are returning home, contributing and working tirelessly to rebuild our health infrastructure. Every effort, no matter how small it seems, is vital. Let's all remain motivated by the vision of a healthier Nigeria, where quality healthcare is accessible to all. Challenges in Nigeria are real, but these obstacles can be transformed into opportunities for innovation, leadership, and meaningful impact. Personally, I have had the opportunity to live and work in the UK and America, but I believe that my calling requires me to be here in Nigeria. So to everyone studying or living in Nigeria, I urge you to persevere through the challenges, seize every opportunity now, and prepare for what lies ahead. We have a great future ahead of us, and times like these offer hope for a strong, resilient institution. Let me close by asking, this section before I go into the evening, by asking a question people ask me. They said, you talk about morning, afternoon, and evening. So when is the best time to get married? What do you think? Morning? Early morning? In fact, many of us, let me ask many of the men here, when did you get married? Could you have, a few of us grapple with marriage in the morning of our lives. But ideally, from a counsel, yes, Professor? It's a good point there. He said depends on whether it's female or male. Many of the females, late morning. But how many men are prepared for the responsibilities of marriage in the morning of their lives? So I usually suggest late morning or early afternoon when we are emotionally, mentally, and financially prepared to take on the responsibilities of marriage. So early afternoon is the season where most individuals are best equipped to nurture and sustain life commitments. So let me go into the evening as I begin to round up my address. Finally, we arrive in the evening of life, roughly from 60 years onwards. This is now a time of reflection. And as Professor Yinka has given us the theme, legacy building. And as a group, we're here to pass on the wisdom we have acquired. So in the morning of life, we relied, remember, on foresight, requiring us to see the future clearly, to understand where we are headed, and to pay the price for the future. In the morning, we needed wisdom to navigate, we needed clarity to see what the future holds and know how to navigate. As we move into the afternoon, we gained insight, ability to create and to build. Now in the evening, we look back with hindsight. It becomes a season of reflection, evaluating the journey of living a lasting legacy for those who follow. It's a time to review our successes and failures, to learn from experience, and to pass on what truly matters: values, wisdom, and the principles that have defined our lives. In this phase, our roles shift from doing to guiding, from striving to inspiring. We then become mentors and custodians of legacy, shaping the next generation with our stories and lessons learned. I'm reminded of David, who in his later years was advised by his men that they would prefer for him to be a wise guide for the nation of Israel rather than to continue fighting giants. Similarly, our greatest contribution during this evening season is to mentor, to inspire, and to leave a legacy that endures beyond our lifetime. One person who exemplifies this is Professor Mrs. Adefunke Oyemade, a distinguished mentor and the beloved mother of my dear friend, Pastor Dojo Oyemade. We recently celebrated her 90th birthday. But despite her age, she still radiates joy, enthusiasm, and vitality. Her legacy is rooted not in wealth, but in wisdom, in kindness, and in unwavering faith. She epitomizes a generation that has strived for success, and in so doing, passed on a profound legacy. So the evening, as I close, invites us to rest, to reflect deeply, and to pass on wisdom. It's a time to nurture the next generation like we're doing today, and to prepare ourselves for the transition into eternity. As I conclude, I recall a lecture from neurosurgery taught by Professor Olumide. Do you remember Professor Olumide? He explained that a concussion results from a sudden blow, a jolt to the head, causing the brain to move within the skull. And this movement leads to a temporary functional disturbance that results in disorientation of the patient in space, time, and person. That's what we were taught. Some say space, time, and place. Now, clinically, disorientation in time manifests as a patient being unable to identify the current date or day or month or year. I recall a palm white tapper who fell, and that was one of the cases we studied, and how he was completely disoriented when they asked him who he was. I think he said he was Jesus Christ. Now, I have seen disorientation beyond the clinical setting in people who are unable to identify the time or the season of their lives. So you see this dysfunction causing individuals to act out of sync with their circumstances, doing the wrong thing at the wrong time, or doing the right thing at the wrong moments. You see it in older people with a warped sense of dressing, trying to relive a season that has passed by. So let us not be disoriented in time. Let us not allow life's mishaps to give us concussion in life. I read about a survey conducted in a retirement home, what we used to call an old people's home. Many of the residents who were interviewed expressed regrets about their lives. They felt abandoned by family and society and felt neglected by the system. And majority of them said the regrets came from mistakes they made early in life. Many were disoriented in time in space and in person. Mistakes they felt they could not rectify. Others lamented their lack of self-awareness, their failure to truly understand what matters in life. My prayer is what Paul said, that we can redeem the time. So as I leave the podium today, I say to the medical students again, your journey is far from over. It is only just beginning. Prioritize the principles I spoke about. Plan for the future. Approach each phase of life with humility and determination. Remember, being a doctor is not solely about curing bodies. It's about embracing a holistic view of life and medicine, a view that nurtures lives, including your life and the life of your patients. Remember to acknowledge God in every season of your life, and He will direct you from morning through the twilight of the evening. Let me leave all of us here with a message of hope and promise. To the students, I say, the future is bright. Please clap to that. To those in the afternoon of life, this is your time to shine. And to those in the evening, know that your efforts have made a meaningful difference. And if by God's grace you go beyond the proverbial 70 years, by reason of strength, may your life continue to be impactful and inspiring. So that's my prayer. It says, if by reason of strength, 80, and by much more strength, 90, and enduring strength, 100, may your impact remain. May we all find joy and satisfaction in each season, morning, afternoon, and evening of our lives. Thank you all, and may God guide you through each season with wisdom, grace, and peace.
Thank you very much, Pastor Dr. Tony Rapu. Please, could we give him another round of applause? We may comfortably be seated. That was a very sobering and inspiring address. Do you agree? And I think it was for everyone, whatever season of your life that you are in. And so whether morning or afternoon or evening, redeem the time. Right now, we'll be taking a goodwill message from the Office of the Chief Medical Director of the University College Hospital, who is ably represented here by the Chairman of the Medical Advisory Committee, Professor Olubukola Adeshino. Please, can we warmly welcome her as she gives us a goodwill message for the 1985 class. Please keep clapping till she gets to the podium. Thank you.
I bring warm greetings from the Chief Medical Director, who is out of town. He would have wanted to be here. Let me start by, I can see on the program, the Vice Chancellor, the Provost, Deans and Directors, the President of ICOMA, Emeritus Professor Emokeldia, my teachers, senior colleagues and colleagues here, esteemed medical students, the reason why we are all here, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I read this Goodwill message on behalf of the Chief Medical Director at the Medical and Dental class of 1985, 40th anniversary and reunion program, which starts today, Monday, June 9th, 2025. Warm greetings to the celebrants on this occasion of your 40th anniversary and reunion. I extend my warmest congratulations and best wishes. It is indeed a remarkable milestone that showcases the enduring bonds of friendship and professional camaraderie forged during your time at the medical school. I am indeed honored to send my goodwill message to this gathering. I commend this class for its dedication to the noble profession of healing and serving humanity. Your contributions to healthcare have undoubtedly improved the lives of countless individuals. I wish you a joyous celebration, filled with cherished memories, laughter, and reconnecting with old friends. May this reunion inspire renewed commitment to our shared vision of delivering exceptional patient care and advancing medical excellence. Please accept my most sincere appreciation for your tireless efforts in promoting health and well-being. I look forward to witnessing the continued impact of this class' collective expertise and passion. I have to say that the University College Hospital is ever ready to partner with this eminent class, as well as other classes, in delivering on the hospital's mandate of training, research, and clinical services. The contributions you have made so far and received so far have been of tremendous help in our quest for efficient healthcare delivery. And so, on behalf of the Honorable Minister of Health and Social Welfare, the management, staff, students, and our beloved patients, I congratulate you, sirs and ma'ams, once again, and may this reunion be a resounding success. Thank you, and God bless you, sirs.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was a goodwill message from the Chief Medical Director, University College Hospital, Ibadan. Up next, we'll be taking the goodwill message for the 1985 class from the President of Ibadan College of Medicine Alumni Association Worldwide, in the person of Emeritus Professor S.I. Omokodion. A warm round of applause as he comes up.
Let me adopt the already well-established protocol and will therefore not attempt to either lean on it. Not many people have leaned on it yet, so I can afford to stand on it. And to then go straight away to most heartedly welcome this very remarkable class of 85. The achievements, the accomplishments, and all that this class must now stand for in history, not all have been said. You will hear a lot more in the course of this reunion in the next few days. But I want to extend and align myself with all the congratulatory messages that have already been extended to the class, and to say, from all of us at the Ibadan College of Medicine Alumni Association Worldwide, welcome home. We are delighted to have you come home. Those of you who have made it, I have been privy to similar preparations of the homecoming of members of classes. And many things go to dissuade some from coming because of the adverse publicity often given. And I have no doubt that some who have not made it here may have been influenced by such information, only to later realize and to say, after the group returned and they heard the various comments and glowing reports, to come back and say, oh, I wish I had come. So those who are here in person and those who are joining us online, congratulations to the class of '85. A remarkable class by every stretch of imagination and by whatever you may wish to describe any alumni association. It is the likes of what you do that makes ICOMA the envy of many alumni associations across the country and even on the African continent. When they hear of the sort of things that have been accomplished by the likes of you, and there are two sides that I look at. I'm sorry to say this. There are those who have been, and I give an example, some money was being distributed at some time in the recent past. And in the committee, they expected Ibadan to be excluded, saying that Ibadan didn't need the money. And it took a lot of advocacy, a lot of arguments to persuade them otherwise. So, I want to say to us this morning, all that has been enumerated already, I not only align with them, but I will not go repeating them, only to bring our attention to one or two more things that I think would be appropriate for this occasion. The Alumni Association of the Ibadan College of Medicine began during the tenure of the Provost, Professor Temitayo Shokumbi. He was that conceived the idea of an alumni association being established here at the College of Medicine. And then the first, I will only name the leadership in the chronological order, because sometimes it is necessary for us to go back. The late Professor O.O. Akinkugbe was the first president of the Alumni Association. And then this was followed by Emeritus Professor Oluwole Akonde, then Dr. B.G.K. Ajayi, then Professor Wura Olashokumbi, and then followed by Dr. Olamitoye Habib, and then Professor Fatai Adeniyi, then Professor Emmanuel Otolorin, my immediate past predecessor. So you can see that there are giants who have built this institution we now proudly refer to as Ibadan College of Medicine Alumni Association. Now, here is a personal note that I'd like to share with you. if you came and lined the shoes of these giants in front of me and asked me, which of the shoes would you like to step into in carrying on your assignment? Would you think that I would be able to match the poise of O.O. Akinkugbe? Would you think that I would be able to match all the other persons? And my answer, after careful thoughts, would be none. I could not fit into any of the shoes. However, there was something that humbled me, which I also want to briefly share. After I was approached by this remarkable first female provost of your class, asking me to be the president of ICOMA, she would recall twice she came and I declined. I said I couldn't. And then the incumbent, also then came. In his own case, twice he also came. I declined. Then the previous president, Habib Olamitoye, then came to my office on the same matter. And then I was summoned by Emeritus Professor Oluwole Akonde. And I went over. And after that, I now thought to myself, there must be something these folks know about me which I don't know about myself. And it was later on that all chapters, North America, Canada, Ireland, UK, Australia, New Zealand, wrote a joint endorsement. Then that was when I recognized. And I want to thank all of you who did that for enabling me to see certain things about myself, which perhaps, as the speaker this morning has directed us, that there was something that obviously, that there's a person who is made for every season of life. And one of the things after I met with all the chapters that I found, which I want to call all our attention to here, was that there was that reticence often in coming home to give back. There was often that hesitancy. Why? So much adverse publicity about the Nigerian terrain had gone to the diaspora, about management of resources, about the poverty of trust, and so on and so forth. I began to hear the same thing, that it is time to strengthen the institutions within ICOMA, make them transparent, make them open, in order to engender confidence and to tap into the enormous amount of goodwill that there is. And that, like the proverbial and historical Joseph of old in the biblical time, he never knew. And all the description so eloquently put here this afternoon captured the essence that he never would have imagined at the time he was going through the adversity of 13 and a half years of his life, wondering why has life dealt cruelly with him. He would never have imagined that a time was coming when all that he was being prepared for, even by those adverse circumstances, would come to save a posterity in the midst of famine that would have consumed his family. Ladies and gentlemen, what you have done so far, and I want to credit this class in particular. I wouldn't want to leak the records up front, but I hope that there's a strong contention between this class and another that I won't name for the 2025 prize of the best giving back ICOMA class. I am not saying you are. I said I don't want to leave. But to come to this, I want to commend the fact that this class has produced remarkable individuals, and all of you who have defied all the adverse publicity often given to the Nigerian story. You have defied all of that and you have come. And those who have remained and have continued to build here. I have a classmate who works somewhere in the West Yorkshire area of United Kingdom who describes a particular hospital now that is made up, and this was no exaggeration. Some of you are from there, you probably know which hospital I'm talking about. And they are actively looking for Nigerian products. And the medical staffing of that hospital, it says, are now made up of 63% Nigerian doctors. And I said, he was telling us, you folks back home who have stayed behind, you must be doing a good job as to why your products continue to be sought after and they are looking for more of them. So kudos to those, as has been expressed already, kudos to those who are still behind, teaching, training, researching, and giving service to maintain the high status in which Ibadan College of Medicine is still held. We continue to be ranked high in all the annual rankings of medical schools across Africa, and we are glad that we have maintained that ranking, and the recent one still puts us within the top 10% and on top of that 10%. And that is an achievement because the likes of you continue to give back so that the gaps that would otherwise have been the case, undermining the quality of our products, is mitigated very readily. So I thank you for the likes of you who remember home, and like Joseph, who said to his brothers, you didn't send me here. God did. And it was for a time like this. And I know that that is the philosophy you have adopted. That where you are, it is the opportunity that God has provided. And when, by reason of the grace of God upon your life, you have succeeded, you have not forgotten home. You have remembered that it is for a season such as this. And that to ensure that the coming generation continue to be the envy of others, to continue to maintain the quality of the teaching environment, the quality of the service environment, the quality of the research environment. And I want to thank all of you. It is because you have come together that we're still able to hold our heads high. And I will end by saying this. If by reason of chance it looks as though we see further, it is because we stand on the shoulders of those giants who have been before us. And we appreciate them. They've built a solid foundation. But I want to assure you, I recognize now why I have been called to be in this office at this time. And I thank those who encouraged me to be there. And I want to assure you, every penny you give towards the cause of developing this our alma mater will go for the cause for which it has been given. And I assure you, and the legacies that have been built and that have been given go to ensure all of this. It is getting better. It is getting better. And you can continue to trust the system. We will not fail you. We will not give you any cause to regret supporting the work here. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for the Ibadan College of Medicine Alumni Association Worldwide President, Emeritus Professor Sam. Thank you very much, sir, for coming and making that sacrifice. We're very grateful for your, I would say, another keynote that you have given us. God bless you, sir. Thank you so much, everyone. We're going to have to pick up the pace a bit because we still have a lot of activities. While I was outside, Dr. Bello showed up. He has come in to join. The class is almost full. The class is getting bigger. Thank you so much. I acknowledge you. God bless you. Thank you. So the secretary to the college is going to give, I'm giving you 2 minutes, sir. Yes, halfway is my very good friend. Halfway during my tenure as provost, God sent him. He sent him to give me peace. The peacemaker is a pastor. And I'm so grateful. We work very well together. So as you are coming up, I'm also going to invite the people giving the panelists to take their position so that while he's talking, you are coming on stage. The ushers will tell you, Dr. Ifenyuwa, you would let them know where they are sitting. So we have Dr. Akin O.O.M. Ayodeji, Dr. Tomina George, Dr. Bola Kende, Professor Edward C. Ofoka. You can come in through that side. Dr. Babatunde Okewale, Dr. Omobolanle Olowu MMI, Professor Reverend David Olaiwola Soile. So, Dr. Obogu, graduating class of 2023. She's been the one coordinating. She's the one coordinating our students program. So proud of her. And she went to the graduates of Louisville Girls High Schools, of Sisters of St. Louis, you know, Sisters of So. Please, let everybody sit well. While the Emma Binu secretary to the college, you know, you are my paddy, so we want to pick up race. Thank you.
Earlier, while comments were made, somebody said it's been 40 years. And I said in 40 years, a lot have changed and a lot of positive changes. And I'm glad to note that some things remain, and that is the tradition of excellence of the College of Medicine and of the University of Ibadan. It was Emeritus Professor Oluwole Akande who made this remark some time ago.
For the Miller County Hospital, Colquitt, Georgia, and the SHA Diabetes Center, Dothan, Alabama, in the United States. He is a fellow of the American Association of Clinical Endocrinologists, a member of the Endocrine Society, and a member of the Royal College of Physicians. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, let's welcome Dr. Akin Ayodeji. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I'd like to adopt. Good morning, everybody. Afternoon, okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to adopt the well-established protocol with special recognition of the high table, my classmates, and medical students. So, we're all talking on a similar topic today. So most of what we're going to say is going to be similar, and I'm going to have a special emphasis on medical students with a slight slant towards people who aim to go abroad. So the seasons of life, I look at it with weather seasons, and we go from spring, summer, fall, and winter. And also, medically, we have the same seasons in our medical careers. So, in our medical careers, we start with spring, which is basically training. So that's basically medical school and residency. After that, we move on to spring, which is your first 5 to 10 years after graduation, which is basically training and your early practice and establishment in your profession. The fall is 10 to 25 years on, where you actually become a master of your craft, okay? And the winter is basically for legacy and transition. Transition here means you're leaving medicine and going to do other things, basically. My own personal experiences, I'm going to introduce these into the discussion. I started out primary school in Lagos and ended up in secondary school in Warri. And when I say Warri, I don't mean Federal Government College Warri. I mean Hossey College Warri. So, and this is way back, post-war. So a lot of students in class 3, 4, and 5 were really post-war men. These were not boys, okay? So you come in there, discipline level was through the roof. You got woken up at 5:30 a.m. with a belt on your back. That was how life was. So basically, you got tough real early in life, going to that kind of school, and you had to struggle with academics there because academics was not a great priority at that point. I already had a medical precondition, and I had already decided I was going to be a physician at that time. So I had to struggle through stages and get into medical school. So as you go through life, the title of my speaking is Living the Process. You have to build resilience through life and real transitions in life, basically. So going through medical school, I started out well for a second year. In my third year, my dad lost his job. So things became extremely difficult. For those of you who know, there are a lot of 001s, 010, but somehow we made it through. And that's why I understand the plight some students may be going through and strongly support the GSA SP program. So after that, going through medical school, you have to make a call of what you need to do. So for me, I'd already decided I was going to do residency, but I looked up all my professors had gone to Saudi Arabia. So the next call was, what are you going to do? So I sat down, looked at what I had, and I opted to go to the UK. After staying in the UK a while, it looked like things weren't going the way they should. So I upped and left for the United States. So getting to the United States, they had a more structured system, went through the system, and got to where I am today. So, thank you. So, just a quick outline for people, generally mostly medical students at this stage. The important things that you really need to figure out when you get ready to make major decisions is, one, you have to have a clarity of purpose. You got to decide exactly what you want to do. And then the next most important thing is you have to get what I call access to real and current information. The world has changed. Information is right at your fingertips once you have access to the internet. You have to learn how to extract information, and you need access to real and current information after you make your decisions. After making these decisions, you have to be perseverant, which is you develop patience and you persist at reaching your chosen goal. So, networking becomes very important. Networking, I cannot overemphasize the importance of networking. So at this stage, it's keeping in touch with your friends, even in other professions. You don't know where they may be, who they know, where they are, and if you need something, you'll be surprised where help may come from. So I cannot overemphasize the importance of networking. And that goes on throughout medical career. You go to medical meetings, you don't just attend the meeting and in the evening just go out and eat. You hang out with all these other professionals in your profession, network, so you know people all around the system where they are, in local, international, people who may help you, people you can collaborate with. So networking is extremely early. And for people who go abroad, early investment cannot be overemphasized, okay? Early investment cannot be overemphasized. So depending on which part of the world you are, you're talking about retirement funds, life insurance, disability insurance, child education funds. All those are critically important things. So that's just going to be my advice. And the other thing is, for people who are not in medical school, you have to identify what season you're in, and you have to build on from there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ayodeji. Please, could we give him another round of applause? It is my privilege to introduce our next panelist to give her presentation, Dr. Tomina George. Dr. Tomina George is a seasoned consultant family dentist with over 30 years of extensive experience in clinical practice and oral health care administration. She began her dental education at the University of Ibadan, graduating in the 1985 set with distinctions and earning the award in preventive dentistry. She is a passionate advocate for oral health and dental policy and has been actively involved in the Nigerian Dental Association, serving as the chairman of the Rivers State branch from 2015 to 2017, during which she championed numerous oral health outreach programs, public awareness campaigns, policy initiatives, and advocacy for improved oral health infrastructure within the states. At the national level, she has served as the interim president of the Nigerian Association of Family Dentists from 2018 until February 2025, when a new executive committee was elected. Dr. George is also a dedicated member of the Medical Women's Association of Nigeria, River State Chapter, where she has served in multiple capacities, consistently promoting oral health. She is the immediate past state coordinator of the Medical Women's Senior Members Forum, and also served in the Ethics Committee of the Nigerian Medical Association, River State Branch. She is currently a member of the Disciplinary Committee of the Medical and Dental Consultants Association of Nigeria, River State Government Doctors. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause to Dr. Tomina George as she gives us her 5-minute presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. All protocols duly observed. I want to start by thanking Yinka for finding me worthy of this honor and privilege. I did not know you believe so much in me. Thank you very much. I want to say that in life we have challenges, just as we have been told. Challenges are not roadblocks. They are the refining fires through which purpose is revealed, and then strength is forged, and then greatness is born. Dedication and faith are the steady flames that keep us moving through these fires. Dedication and faith. Dedication, hard work, and unwavering faith in God are the core of my life story. And I've always believed as a Christian that in all that I'm doing, I put in my best and then leave the rest to God. God puts the fine touches that brings the brightest end to whatever we do. So my life story is a long one, but we have just 10 minutes. So I'm going to package it in 4 stages. The undergraduate stage, the early career and the family balancing stage, then the residency after 25 years, and then the work as a consultant at the HOD. So, the undergraduate stage, I came into University of Ibadan as a married woman. I got married in the mid-mornings of my life. So I came in with determination to make it, no matter the odds. And that was my ambition. In everything I did, I tried to put perfection into it. And then, in the second year of my preclinical period, I became pregnant. And I can't stop. I won't use that as an excuse. So I had to carry this pregnancy and give birth to my second. I had a child before coming. That was my second child. And it so happened that on Friday, I was in school. Friday night, I was in UCH, labor. I gave birth to my baby. Monday morning, I was back in school. And everybody was wondering, what happened, what happened? And that was it, because we had series of tests that were coming up, and I could not afford to miss class. So, when we had our second MB, I had a reference in biochemistry. And then I said, no, this can't set me back. My classmates are now a bit ahead of me. I have to meet up. So I had to work extra hard to be able to meet up. It did not set me back. It rather made me to work extra hard. Then, during the training, we had a lecturer who everybody saw us. The fear of her was the beginning of wisdom. And unfortunately for me, 3 times caught me unawares. We don't leave our patients unattended to. The patient was on the chair. I had run to the lab to collect pumice to polish the teeth for the patient. And then she was there waiting. And then by the time I got back, she would ask me a question. And I wouldn't have the answer. Then she would say, first thing tomorrow morning, you come and give me the answer in my office. And then I will go and look for the answer, and then the next day, I will go to the office and give her the answer. 3 times it happened. And I told myself, it will never happen again. And it never happened again. Anywhere she called out for me and asked a question, I will answer. To the extent that even other lecturers took from her. And then when something is happening, they say, call me Mrs. George. And they will ask me, and I will give an answer. And by the grace of God, that spurred me. And I got the department gold medal at the end of the graduation. So, at the time, we didn't have wax, because in dentistry, you need to practice. We went to the lab, you will need to, your full dentures, you have to practice and practice and practice until you're perfect. And then at the time, there was no wax to, work with. And anyhow, I devised a means of melting used wax, flattening it out, and we all had wax to use, and it was labeled George Wax at that time. So let me quickly move on. When I finished, I had to get back to work. And I knew that was not where I was going to stop. But I asked myself, my children had suffered so much, and I needed to spend time with them. So I had to stay to take care of my children. And during this period, I developed my skill, worked on it in fashion and designing. And I opened a business that was able to even add to the family income. Then residency, after 25 years, when my last child was in final year in her school, I decided I needed to go back to satisfy that desire in me, because I didn't want to end where I was. So I went back, applied, and I was admitted to come back to Ibadan here to do residency. Let me cut the story short. I've been given a 1 minute time left. So, same thing. Challenges came, and I still used those challenges to step myself up. And at the end of the day, I came up to be the best Part 1 candidate and also the best Part 2 dissertation. And because I was the first supernumerary to be there, I set up something, and my casebook became a program benchmark for those behind me. Then after that, I had to move off because there were a few things that I didn't get as a resident, like implant sinking and so on. I had to go to a private clinic in Lagos, stayed there for like 2 months to make sure that I was at top in everything. So when I went back to work, that was in 2015, the gigantic edifice that was built for dentistry. We don't know what happened, but dental department ended up in a 2-room caravan in the River State University Teaching Hospital. And I told myself, I said, no, this is not why I went back to school. I was expecting to come back to an edifice that, we can build dentistry and make a name. Because that building and the equipment that were there as of that time, I don't think there's any dental clinic in this country that had such equipment as of that time. So, coming back to the two-room caravan, and at that time, I was also the NDA chairman. I used the opportunity for advocacy in collaboration with some people in the teaching hospital for advocacy, and we worked so hard to bring dentistry back to itself. I would say before that time, dentistry was like dead. Put that mark, dead. But during that period, we brought dentistry back to life. The RSUT, the revenue for dentistry increased, and at the end of the day, when we moved back, the government took back that clinic that we were removed from, and we went back there, and we made great improvements. Thank you very much. I think they are coming back to send me away. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma, for that amazing presentation. We'd just like to emphasize to our dear seniors and elders, we know that there's so much to learn from you, but we have very limited time. So we'd just like to keep it down to 5 minutes, please. There's still going to be a session where we're going to go around and ask you questions. So you're still going to have time to talk to us. But for this particular session, please, a bit of 7 minutes, about 7 minutes, please. Thank you so much. And now I have the privilege of welcoming our next panelist, Dr. Bola Kehinde. Dr. Bola Kehinde is a medical professional, philanthropist, educator, and devout Christian. She has made significant contributions to healthcare both in Nigeria and the United Kingdom. Dr. Kehinde was a lecturer at the College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, and served as a consultant anesthetist at the University College Hospital, Ibadan. You can clap. She has also served as an honorary lecturer and examiner at the University of Liverpool and a member of the admissions interview panel at the School of Medicine, University of Liverpool. She currently works as a senior anesthetist and appraiser of doctors at the Warrington and Horton Foundation Teaching Hospital, Warrington, and was honored with a long service award for her years of dedicated service to the hospital. Dr. Kehinde draws strength from her faith, and this has played a central role in her life. She has occupied leadership roles within various faith-based organizations, notable among which is her role as a national women leader for the Overseas Fellowship of Nigerian Christians for 2 terms, for which she received the Moriah Award for her service to the community. Dr. Kehinde co-founded the Redwoods, a non-profit charity dedicated to supporting vulnerable groups, and she has also served as the member of the board of directors of the Amazing Grace Parish in Leicester for over 20 years. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, let's make welcome Dr. Bola Kehinde. A round of applause, please. 7 minutes, ma.
Thank you very much. All protocols observed. I won't go into all that they've said. That is who I am, and to God's glory. 4 things have helped me in doing what I do or wherever I am. Like they've said, I finished here 85, 2 years after youth service, came into USTH, started my training in anesthetics. And I finished my training, got the West African College of Surgeons Award degree, and worked there as a consultant. At that time, when you were in training, we used to have the 1-year abroad program. So that was what took me to United Kingdom. I don't know if it still operates, but most likely not. But that was what took me abroad. Then after about 2 years, I came back actually and still continued working as a consultant and university lecturer with my office on the 2nd floor, somewhere there. So, and I thank God for that. 4 things I said have helped me in establishing myself and in progressing. The first one is that flourish. Wherever you are, flourish. Whether you are here in Nigeria, whether you are abroad, anywhere, flourish. While you are in the early stage or the morning stage, the spring, the summer, afternoon, make sure you flourish. And that determination will help you to achieve a lot. Flourish means you thrive, you progress, you advance, you get promotion. And that determination, if you have it, even as a medical student, it will help you, it will go a long way. And I pray that God Almighty will help you even to flourish anywhere you are. The second thing is that you shine. Wherever you are, whether as a student or as a worker, make sure you shine. As a medical student, shine. Be the best that you can do. Be the light that others can see. Be the radiance that people can see. And it will help you as well. If you have that determination that wherever I am, no matter what you are going through, I will flourish and I will shine. I will make an impact. People will know that I've been here. And that's what we're supposed to do. The third thing is to lead a purposeful life, a life of purpose. And what helped me living a life of purpose was my faith. My faith in the Lord helped me to live that life of purpose. I know that I'm not living for myself alone. I have others to impact. I have people to bring up to where I am. And that was what led me. When I left here, I was a lecturer here. I was into medical students' exams and things. But when I went to the UK, I thought I need to help medical students. So I got myself into the examining board so that I could examine medical students. You see how our face or eyes change when you see a black student. You just feel, oh gosh, I'm not biased, I'm not supposed to do that, but it gives me like, I'm a bit lenient. You're allowed to prompt students towards the answer that they are supposed to give. For having a black student, because, where we are coming from, we don't have that much courage. So you can prompt and prompt, and that helps me as well to make a life of purpose and to help others. And when I saw that not many black students were entering the medical school, so I took it, I said, I'm going to join the panel. And that was how I joined the panel, the interview panel of the University of Liverpool, to interview panel to bring medical students, secondary school students, A-level students, to join into the medical school. And I help people that I know, like when they've done their A-levels and they're preparing for admission into university, I give voluntary interviews because I have the experience. I am in the interview panel, so I get students together to help them in the interview to get into university. The last thing is that give a life that makes a difference. Live a life that makes a difference. Make a difference anywhere you are. Don't live just for yourself. That is why we're here today after 40 years. Make a difference. Make an impact. Anywhere, even right now that you are in your medical school, right now that you are students, make an impact. Do something for someone else. And that is very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ma, and thank you so much for keeping to time.
Please, can we give her another round of applause? Thank you very much, ma'am. I believe we're already looking forward to our question and answer session. Already we know that from the legacy stories that we're hearing, we're going to receive a lot of pertinent advice, salient advice that's going to help us in our journey. So please, join me now to welcome Professor Edward Oforka. Professor Oforka is an associate professor of medical education, Leicester Medical School, and a consultant in emergency medicine, University Hospitals of Derby and Burton NHS Trust in the United Kingdom. He has received Clinical Excellence Awards in recognition of his contributions to clinical leadership and also earned the honorary title of Associate Professor of Medical Education from Leicester University. You may clap. Professor Oforka is a Fellow of the Royal College of Surgeons, Fellow of the College of Emergency Medicine, member of the British Society of Surgery of the Hand, and a member of European Society of Surgery of the Hand. He is a very dedicated teacher of emergency medicine and is certified in simulation medical training. He is a member of the Regional Emergency Medicine School Board and multiple emergency medicine specialist training committees at national level. He has also worked with non-NHS organizations that take healthcare expertise and technology to Nigeria and other disadvantaged African countries and helps to facilitate access to private healthcare in the UK for these patients. He supports health improvement programs, including development of emergency medicine Africa, and he uses any opportunity available to him to provide educational and clinical support for emergency medicine, especially in Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause for Professor Edward Oforka. Thank you very much, sir.
So protocols have already been observed. So I think I just have distinguished officers of University of Ibadan Medical College, my amazing classmates, and to you wonderful doctors of the future. I think I don't care that the officers are listening. My colleagues already know me, so nothing I will say will make any difference in our relationships. The job I do now that interests me most is working with the students. Not only do I teach them medicine, I am also the pastoral support advisor for year 3 and year 5 in Leicester Medical School. So supporting students is something I do. And my journey into supporting students came from lived experience. And thank you, Yinka, for what I will call reasonable adjustment for me, for allowing me to use slides. Yesterday night, I was like, oh, I'm not going to use slides. And I was very, very anxious. You will understand soon, shortly, because I have problems with organizations, memories, and easily distracted. So if I tried anything my colleagues have done here, I'll go off tangent and I'll be talking about something else. So I have the slides just to keep me in check, So that's where it all started for all of us. 40 years ago, I was there as one of us, and I am going to skip the morning, maybe early afternoon, and hit the afternoon, because that's where I believe I'll give you some advice. You've heard so much about the mornings and early afternoons. And Yinka has also shortened the time from 8 minutes that she gave to me yesterday to 5. But my reasonable adjustment is that you will still allow me 2 extra by calculation. Okay, so we all recognize that what a great institution. I am very proud to belong here, and it's a great honor to be back to be able to give a little bit more. When I was told that I'm going to speak, and they said, significant aspects of your career that you think will benefit the student. I didn't have a straightforward career, so I thought of a title. It's a winding road for steady purpose. And my winding road you will see shortly, but my purpose has always been give the best to my patients, and as a teacher of medicine, to my trainees, to my students. I was going to talk about my journey in brief, lessons I have learned over time. The bit that says my brain and me, I will elaborate on a little bit, and advice based on my part. I'll cover as much of this as I can in 5 minutes, yes. And anything I leave out, you can talk to me later and I can share my slides. Okay, simply put, my medical school, you know, was here in Ibadan. That's where I was made, yeah? I became a doctor and used surveys, house job, everything, and came back 4 or 5 years later to start a residency in plastic surgery. But the thing at the time is go abroad, yeah? And I was talked into it. I look back now with a bit of, should I be ashamed of faith? Did I make the right choice? Wherever you are, like all the speakers have said, give it your best. So there are no regrets in life. And I then relocated to the UK in those circumstances and tried to train in plastic surgery. I am not going to complain. I was a very, very good plastic surgeon. However, in 1991, 1992, there weren't too many people that looked like me who were consultant plastic surgeons in the UK. I can direct you to read a bit more about that somewhere, how I ended up discovering myself in emergency medicine. Because in plastics, once you say plastic, people in the UK would think of cosmetic surgery. But when I was here in UCH, what were we doing? We were doing trauma, we were doing pediatric congenital anomalies, and those were the things I wasn't getting. I entered emergency medicine. We're dealing with reconstruction still, injuries to the hand, soft tissue, burns, became my forte, and they gave me a job to train. And if I hadn't done that, we're talking about resilience, working hard, and if you try to go up, you can't go. You have to turn over and continue your journey upwards. And that's precisely what I've done. A lot of you will hit the glass ceiling. When you do, divert, find your way, just like a plant looking for light to continue growing. Okay. And while all that was going on, I then discovered medical education as well because of my own, the way things worked out for me. Okay. Because my path was not straight, I said, I will share with you that career is not always linear. It doesn't stop you from making your plans, but when things are not working, be prepared to change it a little bit. Adaptation is what got me to where I am. As you know, like I said, from theater to the resource room, and now a teacher. Whomever I have become today is because of that ability. Be present, because we treat people, we treat people. Human beings will remember how you made them feel, okay? It's not the medicine you give to them. It's be a proper doctor, be there for them when they need you. And then the third thing that I would say, change is constant. Even if you're in the career you want, there are things that will happen along the way that you will need to adapt to. Your flexibility and adaptability will help you. Do not be afraid to change, okay? Because it's guaranteed. A lot of you here will also recognize, because I grew up with my faith, and I have used it the older I became in medicine. And if you have some faith, don't let anybody make you change it. Because when I hit tough clinical decisions, I bounce back, and I can understand better than people who have no faith at all. And this is where it is. When I said my brain and me, it is ADHD and me. And that means sometime in my career, I was diagnosed with ADHD. For the students, hands up, because when I was a student, ADHD for me, Yinka, you know this better than I do, was just naughty little boys who are running around and their parents can't control them. You can imagine when in my adult life, I have survived, compensated for all this, and got through it, and became a consultant, and worked with a secretary for 18 years. If you don't know much about ADHD, we'll talk about it, and you wonder how this was possible. I had an amazing secretary who protected me in my job, and I was doing high performance in everything, but she did the organization of my life, and nobody knew. If I had employed a secretary younger than me, I would have finished my career and nobody will know. But she was older and she retired after 18 years of being my secretary. And what happened? Things went crazy. I couldn't work. I had to go off sick. I went off sick. I got counseling. The trust was behind me. They understood. They said, Eddie, we think you have ADHD. I said, no, not me. Okay? So these things will shock you. You will know about it. But what did I do? Be prepared to change. Humbly, I accepted the advice that was being given and got a new secretary, and my life changed. Some of my colleagues have said, Eddie, how is it that as we are trying to retire, you are achieving greater things? You are becoming a professor in your old age. I got onto the professorial cadre not because I was dreaming it's possible. So when you hear them call me professor, you know I was late. Maybe 2 years ago, became an associate professor. And for people who know me, it became such a big thing. And I am glad that these things happened in my life, made the changes I needed to make, and I am where I am now. I was having a discussion with Professor Miwodu last night. Neurodiversity is not something that we know a lot or we are watching out for. So my recommendation to my colleagues who are teachers in the medical school, I am sure Nigeria is not different. There will be students who are going through tough times. If we identify them early and support them, and it's something I can give. If you need any advice from me or anything to do, I will do that. And I have to round up now. I have to finish it. I got 2 minutes extra because of my ADHD, yeah, you remember? So I say to you, whatever hits you, you are good enough the way you are. You just have to fight on, look for what you have to do to get better, get advice, and listen to advice. I think with that, I'm going to leave you that as a good doctor, Osler said, the good physician treats the disease, and the great physician treats the patient who has the disease. I want you to treat your patients, not just the disease. And as a teacher, this is a little present I received from one of my trainees, and I want you, if you ever become a teacher, to teach from your heart, not from the book. Thank you very much.
Mrs., come up. Quickly, sorry, come up now. I'm so blessed. What he has done, it's self-disclosure. Honestly, it is amazing. It is amazing. You know, many times, go and stand. Yes, give him a hug. They met her in UCHO. She was in School of Nursing. Was it ADHD? But honestly, I'm a child and adolescent psychiatrist, and what you've just done is you've opened our eyes to so many things. I'm so much interested in the neurodiversity thing. Absolutely, we have a council. When I was provost, we put up a counseling system in place. And I think we need, you go down with your husband, and I think we need to really identify and maybe receive some of the counsel from you. It is absolutely important. Thank you so much. God bless you. You can be seated. Thank you.
Another round of applause, please. I mean, this panel is so loaded. I'm sure you've started noting down your questions for the different panelists. And now I'll be calling up our next panelist, Dr. Babatunde Okewale. Sorry about that. Dr. Babatunde Okewale is a distinguished Nigerian obstetrician and gynecologist, renowned for his unwavering commitment to women's health, fertility, and family medicine. As the visionary founder, chairman, and group medical director of St. Ives Healthcare Group, he has transformed the organization into one of Nigeria's leading multi-specialist hospital networks, celebrated for its excellence in fertility treatment and comprehensive family healthcare services. Since its inception in 1996, St. Ives has expanded its reach, operating 5 strategic location branches across Lagos and Ogun states. To tackle the financial barrier to assisted reproductive technologies, he established the Ives Medicare Foundation in 2010. This initiative annually offers a 50% discount on in vitro fertilization treatments and has enabled thousands of families to achieve their dreams of parenthood. St. Ives was also recognized as the most outstanding fertility hospital of the year at the Dove Healthcare Awards 2024. Dr. Okewale is a fellow of the Royal College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, and his approach to healthcare is rooted in compassion, innovation, and a relentless pursuit of excellence, ensuring that the patients receive the best possible care. Beyond his medical endeavors, he co-founded the WFM 91.7, Nigeria's first radio station dedicated to women and their families. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, please make welcome Dr. Babatunde Okewale.
Thank you so much. Standing on the protocols that we have presently, I like to reintroduce myself. My name is Dr. Babatunde Okewale. I am the Chief Success Officer of St. Ives Hospital. And I would like you all to follow St. Ives Hospital on Instagram and also follow me. And also follow me on Instagram as the Radio Doctor. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Today, I will want to share with you briefly my journey, not as a finished product, but as a work in progress. As a doctor, I've learned that life, like the key speaker spoke about, is in seasons. And each of the seasons have their unique challenges and opportunity. Now, I will lump the spring and the summer seasons into the morning of the key speaker. When I started medical school, truthfully, I didn't know what lay ahead as an 18-year-old. But I knew that I was there to make a difference. I remembered all those long nights of studying, the early morning lectures, And the grueling exams were tough. But I held on to purpose. I learned that it's not being the smartest. It's always about being the most resilient. After medical school, still in the morning, I went on to specialize as an obstetrician and gynecologist in the UK. And somewhere along the line, I had to ask myself the question, what was the purpose of creation? Why were we created? Everybody gets to that realization at one point in time in their life. You want to know what's the purpose of it all. And two things became clear. We were created for two purposes. We were created to worship and also to walk the walk of whoever created us. So my two W's became clear: to worship and to work. I came back home in 1996 after about 10 years in the UK. Because at that point in time, thank you, somewhere along the line before I came back home, I met our Provost at Blackburn. Briefly, he was just coming to Blackburn there, and I was doing my rotation. Now, I reached the crossroad at that point in time. I was already a gynecologist. The question, like many of my colleagues in the UK would know, is what next? Some of them went to America, some went to Canada. I chose Nigeria as a third option for myself. And I said, let me come and see what Nigeria had to offer. I came to Nigeria and I couldn't go back. I've just been here since then. I saw the opportunities in Nigeria, and I also saw the impact of infertility in the families in Nigeria. It went beyond medical issues. It was emotional, it was psychological, and there was a lot of social aspect to it. And that was the reason why I founded St. Ives Hospital. St. Ives Hospital was set up to provide, amongst other healthcare services, an affordable and dignified fertility treatment. It hasn't been easy, but we stayed the vision. And last year, we celebrated the 4,000th IVF baby at our facilities had. Now, somewhere along the line, as that was going on, again, I started getting restless. But like I said, each time you are restless, you go back to your two W's: worship, and then to understand the work that the Creator has purposed for you. So later in my career, I did something quite unexpected. I went into my childhood passion, which was radio broadcasting. I co-founded a unique and distinctive unconventional radio station called WFM, Women Radio 91.7. It was the first and only radio station that was unapologetically dedicated to women in Nigeria. And it was a station that was designed to inspire and to empower women. And our mission was to use radio as a tool for women development. It's been ups and downs, because a lot of people were like, which kind of radio station is this? But last year, after we've been on air consistently, I'm talking of a terrestrial radio station, we've been on air consistently for many years. The Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation called us last year and granted us 5 extra licenses to operate in all the 6 geopolitical zones of Nigeria. I'll quickly go on to the winter stage, which basically I am in now. So after nearly 40 decades of work, I'm now drawn to legacy, not just building or titles, but I've learned that true success is not what you gather, but what you give. And I've spent quite a lot of time right now mentoring young people to live ethically and courageously. So what are my takeaways? Start strong with intention. Begin your journey with a clear purpose. Don't forget, the purpose is in the 2 W's, your worship and your work, the work that God has created, that has purposed you to do. Shine bright for others. Use your talent and abilities to make a positive impact. Always remember, you will live many lives within this one life that we are all living. Be open to reinvention. Be bold in your becoming. Guide your health, because without a good health, we are all just wasting our time. Nurture your family. Deepen your faith. Stay curious and build something meaningful with love. Thank you. God bless you all.
Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for the radio doctor. All right. We're about to enter our question and answer session, but we still have two panelists that need to tell us their legacy stories. So please, with a round of applause, join me to introduce Dr. Omobolanle Olowu. MNI. Dr. Omobolanle Rosemary Olowu, MNI, is a Nigerian professional with distinguished records at national and international levels. She has served as the Director in charge of Special Projects, Public-Private Partnership, and Diaspora Department of the Federal Ministry of Health, Abuja, before she retired meritoriously. She is a medical doctor with specializations in ophthalmology. She currently holds a master's in ophthalmology from the University of Bristol, United Kingdom, and a diploma in ophthalmology from the West African College of Surgeons. She is an APMG certified PPP professional preparation level. You may clap. Dr. Olowu has 35 years of experience in the public service. She has occupied various positions in the Federal Ministry of Health, including as the head of the Federal Staff Eye Clinic, Abuja, National Coordinator of the National Program for the Prevention of Blindness, head of the Inspectorate Division of the Department of Hospital Services. She has also provided capacity building to staff of the various federal and tertiary institutions in sensitization of public-private partnership in the health sector, and was involved with the development of the national policy on incentivizing healthcare service industry in Nigeria. Dr. Olowu is an alumna of the National Institute of Policy and Strategic Studies, KURU. She is also a member of several professional bodies, including the AP3NPPP Infrastructure, PPP Practitioners Association of Nigeria, and the African Women PPPP's Network. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Dr. Omobolanle Rosemary Olowu, MNI, as she gives us her presentation.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols duly observed. As you have been told, my name is Dr. Omobolanle Olowu, MNI, with emphasis on the MNI. My story is slightly different, as you have heard. I'm not a typical clinician, but more of an administrator. Okay, it's already on. I entered University of Ibadan the same year as my colleagues here, and we all graduated in 1985. Before I start with that journey, let me use this opportunity to thank the organizers of this esteemed reunion. I do not take it for granted. Thank you, Professor Migbado, our chairman, for giving me this platform to speak about my experiences as a medical practitioner and an administrator at Federal Ministry of Health. In 1985, we all graduated. That is Please, can you move the slides for me, please? I have to do it. Right. I'm going to be speaking about the 35 years as a public servant, that the scope is going to be from the swearing in as a medical doctor to my retirement. Like every other person, I graduated from the College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, 1985, this set, and was sworn in as a medical and dental counsel by the Medical and Dental Council in this same hall, Paul Hendrickse. And the emotional part of this, why I have to bring it up, is that as I graduated in 1985, before my swearing in as a medical doctor, my mom died. She was just in a traffic accident. That devastated me, like any other person will have that similar experience. However, by faith and by providence, I moved on with life. What is even more important is I was doing my housemanship right here in UCH. I was doing my urology posting when this happened, and one of my colleagues was told to come and call me that something, she didn't even divulge what happened. I won't go into that story because of time. And can I go back? Okay. Was at the ashmanship. I was here in UCH, like I said, and my mom died during my urology posting. It was a real tough time, but God took control, and I'm here where I am today. I went on to national service in 1986 because all of you will still go through that after your training. So get prepared. I got posted to the Nigerian Air Force Medical Center in Lagos. I had to go because all the years in my life before then was spent here in Ibadan. My dad then, because my mom had died, felt, no, don't become an only Ibadan person. Move out. So he ensured that I was sent out to Lagos. So that was how I became a Lagosian from then. And I served as a medical officer at youth service, and there gained exposure to structured healthcare delivery at that level. Now I had to go look for a job. After youth service, what next? My colleagues went further to do residency, some went further to do other things. But I felt, what will I be doing? Coincidentally, when I was doing youth service, I met one of my youth couple who was looking for a job. I said, He said he was going to Ikoyi. I said, what is happening in Ikoyi? He's going to civil service, federal civil service. I said, okay, let me join you. That was how I became, let me say, by providence or by sheer design of God, I was able to meet somebody who facilitated my admission into federal civil service because we had to fill forms. I met the person at the entrance of the Civil Service Commission Secretariat. The person just looked at me, who are you? I told him, this is who I am, I'm a doctor, I'm looking for a job. So he said, okay, that was the long story, and eventually I became a civil servant in 1987. And when I entered, I became a medical officer, served at a federal staff clinic, because civil service, we also have clinics for staff. So one was at Ikoyi. After about 1 year or thereabout, I was posted to a Butemeta staff clinic. Then I was initiated into service training. By providence as well, somebody was wanting me to sign forms for others, called me, what did I want? I said, okay, let me sign for you. Eventually introduced me, gave me an opportunity, a scholarship to study in Bristol and at Bath. Bristol, I did my master's at Bristol Eye Hospital in the United Kingdom and also had some clinical exposure. My Bristol experience, Dr. Ernest, we met at that point, became friends. Our path crossed at that point, and also came back to Nigeria, sat for the West African College of Surgeon exam, became an ophthalmologist. I joined the Ophthalmological Society of Nigeria, where I also made sure, like we were also told earlier, make sure what you do it very well and be the best at what you are doing. I did my best. I became the pioneer head of the Federal Staff Eye Clinic, Abuja, because there was no clinic like that as at then in the Ministry of Health. So I became their first eye doctor ophthalmologist in the federal staff, in the federal civil service. So because of my calling and training, that staff clinic was opened. So I became the head. I would also, as the head, I felt I cannot just be treating eye conditions. Let me also go into community health. I also I became the coordinator of the National Program for Prevention of Blindness. We promoted the Blindness Prevention Program, coordinated the National Blindness and Visual Impairment Survey in 2005, that also went on to 2007. Then, after all that, I had no choice. I transitioned from clinician to an administrator. So I was posted because of health reform. I got posted from the clinics. I was forced to get into the Federal Ministry of Health headquarters. That is where policies are being developed, policies are being supervised, and policies are being ensured that they are implemented the way it's supposed to be. And then I shifted from clinical to administrative duties. Then a policy formulation, I supervised most of our teaching hospitals, inclusive of UCH. So after that, I faced some challenges in service. Like every one of us will eventually come across challenges. I came across mine. After a while, after the health reform, my then head of department refused to relinquish his duties to me because I took over his duties. I was forced redundant in a position. I couldn't do anything. I had opportunity, I became redundant, but good enough, I had a senior colleague who loved me and also introduced me to National Institute of Policy and Strategic Studies, KURU. That was where I went for my MNI course. I became an alumnus of NIPS in 2008. Maybe your question will be, what is NIPPS, SS, and what is MNI? Maybe I'll be able to explain it then. During the course of my journey in the civil service, after I became a director, I headed the diaspora unit and also coordinated the PPP, that is Public-Private Partnership Program in the civil service. And there was a threat to my civil service career, the 8-year policy. Many of you may not know, but if you know, became a serious threat to me that I almost exited the civil service before I became 60. But there was an issue, God stepped into it, got an intervention, and I still remained and finished my service. So my key achievements was I collaborated with Infrastructure Concession Regulatory Commission and World Bank, developed all these guidelines, became a certified PPP infrastructure advisor, developed investment policies for health sector, improved service delivery and business climate, advocated fiscal and regulatory incentives. Then major projects, Abuja and Lagos medical warehouses were consummated while I was the head, and the teaching hospital modernization, which should soon commence. Then the Nigerian NSIA and tertiary hospital collaborations was part of what I achieved, and served as representative of the Honorary Minister of Health on various boards of management, inclusive of UCH. I was a board member in the year 2019, 2020. I think I met Professor Migbodun on the board. We were there as board members. And retirement. I retired as the head of Special Project PPP Diaspora after 35 years and 60 years mandatory of age of meritorious service, the Federal Civil Service of Nigeria in 2022. And I would like to say it has been a very interesting journey. Full of up and down. Civil service is not a joke. It's something that you just have to be part of and do your best. Because definitely, whether you do your best, you'll still miss challenges wherever you are. So that is it. Conclusion, I'm grateful to you, my audience, esteemed future doctors. I don't know what you have gained from my experience, but we'll get to know from your answer, questions and answers, and the organizers of this forum. I encourage the younger ones to be patient, because definitely it's not just going to be a play in the park. This life is a life of up and down. Whether you become a full clinician or you become an administrator like myself, time will tell. So I wish you all the best of luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ma. Another round of applause for Dr. Olowu. Our final panelist that I'll be introducing this morning, with a round of applause. Please join me welcome Professor Reverend David Olaiwola Shoile. Professor Reverend David Olaiwola Shoile graduated from the University of Ibadan in 1985, where he served as a member of the Senate, the General Secretary of the University of Ibadan Medical Student Association, and the publicity editor of the Dokita Medical Journal. He is currently a consultant family physician and principal general practitioner and senior partner in his own practice, the Gravesend Medical Center in Kent, United Kingdom. He also presently serves as the resident priest in charge of Shadaiville Ministries International, the UK branch in London. Professor Shoile has a postgraduate diploma in obstetrics from the Royal College of Physicians of Ireland, a postgraduate diploma in family planning and reproductive health from the Royal College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, a postgraduate diploma in medical law and ethics from the Montfort University, Leicester, England, and a PhD in theology from the Emmanuel Theology Institute, South Africa. Professor Shoile enjoys philanthropy, especially where it is to the support of the spread of the gospel to help the poor, the disabled, disadvantaged, and the widows. He established the Remo Enable Center, a center for the visually challenged in Shagamu, Ogun State, Nigeria. He has received numerous awards, including the Zenith Global Healthcare Award for Excellence in Healthcare in the United Kingdom 2016, the Good Samaritan Foundation United Kingdom Award for the Diaspora Medical Practitioner of the Year 2016, and the Fame Academy UK Influential Role Model and Mentors Award 2024, amongst many others. Ladies and gentlemen, with a warm round of applause, please make welcome Professor Reverend Olaiwola.
Thank you very much indeed. I want to observe all protocols, and I want to thank the organizers of this. I'm a member of the LOC, but I will not be doing justice to those who organize this without thanking those men and women, boys and girls on ground who helped us. Please give them a good round of applause. I know Dr. Habib is our chair, but the work was done by Professor Yinka Omibodu, actually. Please give Professor Yinka Omibodu, female, a big round of applause. I don't know how she combines it. She's still, I'm sorry if it's not politically correct, but she's still like a provost to me. I thank all my colleagues who are here. Some of us haven't seen for a long time. Some of us we see regularly in UK. Oshi, Lara, of course, Opai is my man. You know what? I knew Opai would not wear a tie today. Seriously, he's a rebel. And I knew Ofoka would wear a bow tie, seriously. Right, like, you know, I like making things easy. Life is easy. You understand? Life is what? Easy. You can only make it hard if you want it to be hard. What's important is to be focused, to be well-driven, and like everybody have said, do what you want to do very well indeed. Whether little or big, do it well. And I'm going to just run through a little bit of my part in life. I'll be able to pick one or two things there. But I always knew I was going to be a doctor and a pastor. You know? You know, you see, I was born into a very strong Christian family, and although the name Shoile is Yoruba, my mother is actually from Akwa Ibom. Thank you, my sister. That's my sister. And my mom's dad worked with the missionaries in the olden days to bring Christianity to southeast of Nigeria. So my mother grew up a very strong, powerful Christian, a prayer warrior of no mean standing. My mother will wake up in the middle of the night, she will pray. So you have to wake up as well. Oh my. And so we were brought up that way. So my elder sister is a deaconess at the Baptist church, and she's president of the Women's Convention of Baptists. My senior brother, I'm number 3. My senior brother, now late, read accountancy, but when he came back to Nigeria from London, he actually became a full-time pastor and graduated to become a bishop. And then he passed away not too long ago. I'm number 3, and this is what you see, you know. And my younger brother is in UK as well. He's general overseer of 5. You see why I said I have to be a pastor. General overseer of 5 churches over 4 countries. So I had no choice but to be a pastor. Even with all my theatrics here, when we were in UI, this boy, Opai, God forgive him. Leke, the bad boy. Leke. Oh my. You know, it's not as gentle as it looks. So we painted UI red. Seriously. And listen, I went through UI passed through me as well. Look, that's why I said life is easy. You can be as serious as you want. This is the Amuludu of the union. Are you? Now, oh my God. All the way from Ontario, Canada. Adebayo Wasiu. Are you? That's Professor Adebayo Wasiu Odueke, a partner in crime with Leke. They're both in Canada. I know you will come in to distract me. You. No, those are the bad guys, I'm telling you. So as I was saying, please go through UI and College of Medicine and let this college and UI go through you. You pick things up. It's not about academics only. Some of the social skills I have, like standing here to talk, it's no problem for me. But that skill was picked up on this stage because I was Secretary General of UMSA for years. And with Professor Yika Omibodun-Mail, at that time our senior registrar, Baba Oluwole Akande, was provost and the first chief medical director, joint office he had. They'll be on this stage, and I'm introducing them, and I'm making my speech. So it's not a problem to speak to medical students. After all that. But listen, I run. Please, you got to give me 1 more minute because Yuma came in. So I actually titled this, The then, now, and the later, all by his grace and favor. Can somebody say amen? You must remember I'm a pastor, you know. So if it was a TV program, they would say, okay, they call me DLS, David Lai Shoile. So if it was a TV program, they would say, DLS, this is your life. Who knows that program? It's a TV program. So I knew I would be in this kind of position fairly well. I was head prefect in primary school. I'll take you back. So you know my journey. I was head prefect in secondary school and got admitted here. I know I was good. I was good in school at that time. When I got here, people were I said, Jemo, where I told you. Listen, people like Obasi, Akiola, Opisto, they were, Lamu, they were collecting distinctions like peanuts, and I would just pass. And me, I was local champion from where I was coming. But then, I've always liked politics, so we went to the senatorial elections. Some of them are here. We contested. Some of them we've been senators from year one. Akin Ayodeji, Eddie Ofoka, Felix was president. Yumsa, please stand up. You're going to clap again because I think it will be 70 next week, Wednesday. So I'm not all about academics. You got to mix and match. You know, so I got here, I was into Senate, and I was actually, I don't know whether that organization exists, president, Cosmic Organization, University of Ibadan. Yeah. Of Cosmic, Yuma was there, Opisto again, Oyefule is not here. Cosmic Organization was the foremost social club in UI. The foremost. And when we threw parties, all the girls want to come. I told you I was bad before. All right. So I was senator and then became Secretary General, UMSA later, with Boise and Emeka initially president, then Felix took over, and I was still there. So we graduated here and did all this. Now I'm into a bit of history in Nigeria, you know? No, I am. You know what? Because when I finished here, and I had wanted to do my housemanship, but it's so tight at that time, I didn't get a space here. And when I was trying to do Luth, when I wanted to do in teaching hospital, I got, now what happened was Nigerian Medical Council actually gave license for the first private hospital to do housemanship in Nigeria. And that's the Eco Hospital. I'm about the first graduate in Nigeria that served housemanship in a private hospital. For me now. So I'm the first medical doctor in this country that was certified to do housemanship at the private hospital. And that was Eco when it was in Surulere, not now on that long road in the Keja. And then thereafter, quickly, I went to NYSC course. And you know what, I'm saying this so that, look, let nature take its course. You go and get one, okay, no, I don't want to go here, let me go. I left it. And they posted me to Jos. And then I was bad in school, you know. my girlfriend then, who is my wife still now? So that girl that you are doing like this, you might be the for your life. Oh. And they posted, yeah? Up to now, she's my wife. But you don't know me or love because come on. They got 3 grandchildren, you know. 3 boys. So they posted, I really want to tell you my life. I know there are professors of letters. They posted both of us to the same place in Plateau State. and we didn't influence it. I don't even know where, up till I don't know where NYC office is. And then when we got to, then we did the camp, and then they posted us somewhere. My wife said, oh, it was my girlfriend at the time, let's do this. I said, no, leave it. They posted us to the remotest part of Plateau State called Awe. That place, nobody comes there. Not even the governors when they are doing their campaign. Because it's so remote, it's so close to Cameroon that when you are there, you'll be hearing Cameroon radio. But you know what? I said, I'll take the challenge. I've always lived in Lagos or Ibadan. So I said, I'm going to take the challenge. So I took it. And both of us, we got there. My wife actually ran back to Jos after 1 month, said, I can't stay here. But I stayed. And the governor of Plateau State then, it was a Colonel Lawrence Onoja, heard about it. There's one guy from Lagos that stayed put in Awe. Say, Awe, nobody goes to Awe now. And this guy from Lagos went there. You know what? He came to see me there. I'm telling you how life can take you. When he was doing his campaign, he made sure he came to Awe. The road so bad, he came in military fatigue and stuff, and they came. And then came and this village setting. And they said, there's a doctor here from Lagos. I said, yes, yeah. And, you know, people who know me, I'm always put on, even in the village. I always have my tie and white coat. And you don't walk out, Monsi. White sky, even with that village. And he saw me come. He said, is this the guy? I said, oh, my God. And that was the governor. He said, doctor, thank you very much. I understand you're from Lagos. I said, yes. And, you know, what's your experience? What do you want? I was a remote area. The closest place to the place was Lafayette. Somewhere that's just about 20 minutes drive if the road were good, but you use 2 hours. And I was looking about all the female that are pregnant there. And so I told him, if I have a complicated, for normal cases, I'll see them. Because I'd worked in a co-hospital. If you work there, you must be well-grounded to work in a co-hospital. So I had experience, more than a year of experience in my head, although I was just 1 year qualified. I said, I'll manage every normal case. But if there are complications, I need to get them to the next level, next place, which is Lafayette. And that is, first, there's no transport. And if there is anyway, it will take you 2 hours. So the first thing I need, which is the immediate solution, I need an ambulance. He told the commissioner for health, write it, keep writing it. So I said, that's the immediate need. Then I talked about medium-term and long-term needs. You know, going to the remotest, even that place, it was even better than some places in the place. You know? So vaccination and stuff like that. Long and short, he gave us the ambulance. The people never thought it would happen. When they brought the ambulance, the whole town went into frenzy. It might be a little thing to you, but man, when you haven't seen an ambulance in your life, you will clap. And then I had that, which facilitated the movement of complicated cases of O&G, you know, to the Lafayette Hospital, the General Hospital. So that was pivotal. I said, oh, maybe this is why God wants me to be here. And that makes a difference. If I stayed in Lagos, nobody would know me. I'll just be one of them. You know, so let me just tell you, what you need to do is work hard and pray. If you have God with you, nothing can go wrong for you, no matter where you go. So I did that. You know what happened? After all of that, at the end of the year, I was now made, you know what it is? The Youth Copper of the Year, 1986. I was the National Youth Copper of the Year, 1986, 87. And then I came to residency in Lagos, Holy Trinity Hospital, Finney Medical Center, and I then went to UK. Of course, O&G was my beat, but I had to devour from that because of certain things. At that time, Opa decided we were together. It was decided to come to Nigeria. But he had gone to UK before me, so he's done his MRCOG. So I came, I said, look, you'll be going, I will come, I'll join you. But I never did, I'm still in UK. Right, so, but then I moved to family planning and things like that. How many minutes do you want? 1 + 1, that one. So, anyway, long and short, we did all things. Biobello, we work in the same county, and we are both consultant family physicians in Kent, England. Please clap for the man. Stand up, stand up. All the way from UK. And now the other part of me, which I started with, was that the fact I was born to a Christian family. That's always been strong for me. always been strong for me. Anything I want to do, I pray unto God. And once I pray to God, I leave it for him. I work hard. No, it's about working and praying. Not the other way around. Don't think prayer will do everything. Prayer will not do everything for you. Yeah, I said it. I'm a pastor. Prayer will not do everything for you. If you want to pass exam, you keep partying and keep praying, you think you pass? It will never happen. So you work hard and then pray, and God will answer. And things have happened. So there, I've always had my part in religion. So I actually have a ministry, which Shadaville Military and Leadership Academy in UK. But then I'm going to have to tell you this. If you look at what you heard, they said, founder and minister, the ministries of Summer Babies of Light. And I'm going to tell you for 1 second how God works. Well, I'll be 65 next month. 65. I don't look it, right? But I'm not retired. But God has been telling me something that maybe it's time to actually try to slow down. So I've cut down some job, and I was surprised when my friend Osho said he has retired completely. I said, But we are still there. But then, please give me 1 minute to say this. Ministry of Summer Babies of Light. Sometime in August last year, I was in a gathering, and they asked me to pray, to have a doctor, to pray for people who are looking for the blessing of the womb. It was an online thing. So especially one particular woman who was grieved. I think I actually sent him to Okewale at one point in time. This woman was grieved because she's been married for 21 years. She's done 14 IVFs in 3 continents, and she's never held any of the babies. But I didn't know that at the time. But I said, just pray. As I was praying, I heard the voice. Now, if you ask Dr. Omigbo, you say it's auditory hallucination. But I know she's a priest herself, so she knows. You see, where science finishes, that's where God starts. We know nothing. The wisest of us knows nothing. So they say, doctor, pray. And as I was praying, I didn't even know they were going to ask me to. And God said, tell her and them, they will have babies by next summer. And I said it. This woman who had been looking for a baby for 21 years, 14 IVFs in Nigeria, Europe, and UK, at that month, he got pregnant. He had, at that time, he wasn't looking for anything anymore. She spent all her money. Luckily, the husband was a bit rich, but they were tired. That month, she got pregnant. I'll tell you, that boy was 1 year old this May. So that's why the name came, Summer Babies. And then that wasn't all. 2 of my sisters, one in UK, one here, in Ibadan here, their kids have been looking for children for a long time. They are my sisters, 2 of them, they are Shoiles. You know what God did? They ran with that testimony, that prayer. Because we said, if you want to stand in gap for anyone. And they ran, and they called their children, and they prayed for them that God said, you will have baby. You know what? Both of them had babies the same day. One in the morning in church in UK, in Kent. The other one here in Ibadan. Maybe even UCH in the evenings that same day. 1 boy, 1 girl. And they ran with that. Are you going to give God a hand? So, it's all about faith. Without faith, you cannot please God. If you just want to run your race without God, that is up to you. But Psalm 53 verse 1 tells me, Ashiwere, lo sọ pé Ọlọ́run ò sí. It's the foolish. The Yoruba Bible is more explicit. The English one, it was dressing it up. The foolish. Yoruba Ashiwere. Let me end up with this. I'm big into charity. I've always been like that by the grace of God. And two things, get me into charity more than anything. And there are words in the Bible. One, he says that, the richness of a man is not in the abundance of what he possesses, but those number he has brought up and held. And the other one, which says that it is the duty of the strong to bear the failings of the weak. Thank you for listening. God bless.
Thank you very much, sir, and thank you, wonderful audience. As you can see, we have a very robust panel here, and we are about to glean even more from them. Please, can we give them another round of applause for their legacy stories? Okay, so now we're about to get into the question and answer session, and I know that many of us have questions that we have questions that we prepared while our panelists were speaking. However, we have some questions that were collated during the registration for this event. We actually had over 40 questions that the students here asked. So we have managed to collate the questions in such a way that when our panelists are giving their responses, it will cover a lot of questions at once, especially, and also the questions that you currently have. So we will take those predetermined questions first, and then we will throw it to the audience to ask questions for a few minutes. Yes, ma'am.
And in order to also save time, in between the answer of the questions, we're going to move into the next place, which is 85 to 25 leadership across time, so that we can make up time. So we're going to invite the interactive session between student leaders to come on stage also, members of the classes of 1985 and 2025. We have Dr. Abi Bolamitoye, founder and executive officer, Tolu Medical Center and Ibadan Central Hospital. It's also going to be an interactive thing, so it's all part of the interaction. He was the captain of the MBBS class of 1985, and also, you can clap. He was the chairman, Alexandra Brown Hall, between 1984 and 1985. Sir, please come. Yes, sir. We also have here, Right Honorable Sir Dr. Chief Felix Uwani, who is the founder, Uwani Medical Center, and he was president, University of Ibadan Medical Students Association, UMSA, and deputy president, Nigerian Medical Students Association, UNIMSA, or how do you call that? Yes, NIMSA, between 1984 and 1985. You're very welcome, sir. And maybe they can sit on the, students can sit there. Let them sit here. Oh, how are you arranging it? Okay. So they will also, while we are taking the questions, in between, we'll give them opportunity to speak about what it was like then and now, because we need to buy time. We also have Ini Oluwa Joshua, who is the president, University of Ibadan Medical Students Association, UMSA, 2024 to 2025. Yes, he's about rounding up his medical career. I've spoken to him a few times. His medical school, yes. Who knows, he may be moving into a new area. He's a very soft-spoken gentleman. Okay, yes, beautiful. And yes, and then we have the Kehinde Omotosho, yes, also the president, Unibadan Association of Medical Students, Dental Students. And then, where is the, yes. And then we have Ayotunde Oni, chairman, Alexandra Brown Hall. They're all men. Can we have one woman leader? Female, if you are any of the executive, let's have one woman to come on. Eh? Who is that? No, I can't. The person should stand up. A leader does. Please come, get her a seat. This is the age of No, not I don't believe in equality. Equity. Equity. That fingers can never be equal. I can't tell Professor Migbodo, I'm equal to you. Today I take the children to school, tomorrow you take the children to school. Today I cook, tomorrow you cook. Even when I was provost, I will leave the office. If it's 9 p.m., I will get home, prepare his food, carry it to a tray, and put it before him. Go and verify. Abi, you live with me. So where is the lady? Is she on stage? Okay. What's your name? Arese. Arese. Tell into your position.
My name is Osaretin Vanessa Ehiribu. I'm the ABH Female Affairs Minister and I'm the Financial Secretary at UMSA.
Wow. Okay, so start your interaction. I'll be helping you at the side.
Very much, Ma.
Thank you so much, Ma. Another round of applause for Professor Mibodo, female. Okay, so like we mentioned earlier, we'll be taking the questions. We compressed the questions that you sent in earlier. We'll be taking them first. And then if at the end of that your questions have still not been answered, you would have an opportunity. A few of you would have the opportunity to ask your questions.
And then we have a wealth of experience seated here. Different professions from across the world, including Yuma, who has come in from Canada. So please, we also want them to participate in this discussion. So if they want to contribute, we'll ask them. Thank you so much. Okay. So I will keep one mic. You keep yours there.
Okay, Ma. Thank you so much, Ma. Okay, so I think we'll be moving to the first question that we have here. And would like to appeal, because of time, to our panelists that you keep your answers as brief as possible, 2-3 minutes at most. So that, because multiple people will be speaking and we have very limited time. Do you want to take the first question?
All right, Sirs and Mas, we'd like to know what principles and practices that have helped you to attain success, both as a student and in your medical and other career professions. How did you cope with stress and leadership responsibilities and extracurricular activities as a medical student and then in your professional lives?
Okay, thank you for that question. I think I've answered it in my speech. Look, listen, go through you, I let you, I go through you. Don't be a bookworm. We had a bookworm in our set, Lamu. He can read but he plays so much. He's probably the best footballer. Even at that, he was a keen footballer. And like I said, I deal with stress by just unwinding. We'll go to parties. I told you about Cosmic Organization. We will go, we'll come back early in the morning, right? But we'll still go to class. I will still read. I will still pass. And none of us had any reference, all of us. Take care, Abby. We never had reference. So you must be doing something right. Sometimes you might read in the night, we might put our legs in water so that we can read. But we still pass. And that combination helps you. So even now, as getting, what did they say? We are in the night or afternoon? I mean, early afternoon. I mean, what I do, I walk a lot. Don't worry about this tummy. I do about 7 to 10 miles a day. Walking, I don't jog, I fast walk. You'll be amazed at how much it distresses you. Takes away your stress. And of course, I have grandchildren, grandsons, like I said. I'm a lot into church. So I'm happy to leave consultation. I have a 20,000 patient practice, 20,000, which I run. So when I go home, I don't want to take work with me. So I do something different. So church and stuff. Although at church, you might still have to counsel people, but it's a different counseling than when the GMC is breathing down your neck on what you say or not. GMC is the General Medical Council. So do something else. Socialize. Have reliable friends. Not friends that will take you down the drain. Friends that can help you. build together and work hard, and don't compromise. Don't cut corners. If you cut corners now, you will cut corners throughout your life. I tell you, that's why you have very fake doctors and doctors who are not. No, by the grace of God, a lot of us have never had any problems with any country we've gone to because this place grinded us. I hope you got what I mean.
Hello, I'm going to, the question Professor Shoile just answered, I'm going to ask Dr. Jibodu to give us 1 minute answer. Yes, I'll call for that same question. But while he was speaking, I went into the audience and I noticed that the president of the University of Ibadan, students, overall president, University of Ibadan student government is here with us. He's also a medical student and is none other than Covenant Odedele. He'll come onto the stage, please. Where are the people carrying your bags for you? Your personal, where are his personal assistants? Because I noticed that in one of the University of Calabar, when the student government president moves, he has his PAs. Where are your PAs? Oh yeah, call. So let me ask very briefly so that we have it across. What advice do you have on navigating, just 1 minute, medical school, coping with stress, leadership, responsibilities, and extracurricular activities outside Jimmy? Just 1 minute. Okay. You can just, okay.
So we've had everything that's been said. Coping with stress. Read, read, read until you can read and study no more. But that aside, medical school is very, very tough. We all know that. But again, I'm just going to sort of summarize what has been said here, is to just take things in your stride, really. Take things in your stride. Do not be overwhelmed. Do not be too worried. Life has a path for every one of us. Whatever you do in life, just know that there is something will work out eventually. Deal with stress I dealt with stress in medical school by really keeping close friendships. Some of them are my friends forever and ever. One of them is sitting right here behind me. I had very close friendships. One of them is here. A lot of my classmates were very, very supportive of each other. And you just need to have that loyal support around you. Again, try to do something that will relax you. Do something different. Pick up something that's challenging. I know Obasi and a few others used to do, was it chess? You used to do, play chess, Scrabble, and things like that. And do sports as well. Take part in sports. Such things would help you through your medical career. Do not take things too seriously. That's my advice, really. Yeah?
Thank you, Dupe. Bless you. Okay.
Okay, amazing. And so another round of applause, please. Next up, we're going to be taking a question from the leadership questions. And we're going to be asking the student leaders, first of all, the current student leaders, my president, Mr. Idioliwa Joshua, the chairman of Alexander Brown Hall, and then the president of the Student Union. We're going to ask them this question, particularly what challenges are you currently facing in office? And what is it like being a student leader today? In 1 minute, what challenges are you facing in office today? And what is it like being a student leader today?
Thank you very much. So yes, there are a number of challenges, and I think as a student leader, the challenges of the students are your own challenges. And so for students today, the issues that we are facing are the increments in fees, inflation that is making life harder for students. We've also had the power outage for a very long time now in UCH, and now we have problems with adequate power in UCH. And also, to be a student leader, there are a number of challenges: time management, project management, having to combine school activities with what you have to do as a student leader, because you are not paid as a student leader, and a lot of times people do not really understand all the underground things that you have to do. It is very easy for people to say that, okay, this is the thing you've done, but they cannot see the underlying sacrifices that go into all these activities. So I think being a student leader is a rewarding experience, but at the same time, it's very tasking, and you have to put in a lot that is not seen by most people for you to achieve any tangible results. Thank you.
So, Mr. Covenant, please.
All right, so good afternoon, everyone. I don't know if I should start by saying of the greatest Yoites. I don't know if it used to be a thing in the days. So, of the greatest Yoites. Wait, let's let our daddies and mommies say that. Of the greatest Yoites. Of the greatest Bagba. Okay, let's do it together. Of the greatest Bagba. Of the greatest Bogbo. Of the greatest Shinwa. Ruwa. Jewa. Lewanlere. Kulu Kulu. Can we give ourselves a round of applause? Okay. All right, so I think okay, so to answer the question, I would say that the greatest challenge anybody can face in leadership is the fact that there are always problems. That's it. So to summarize everything, every day in office, there is always a problem. Either it's old or it's new. So the solution is to make sure that as much as possible, as fast as possible, with the little resources you have, you want to take it off the stage and go to the next. And that can be very unpredictable. So that can take away your time for the food. There are days when you plan to go to school and then you realize by 12, you can't even go again. There are times you have to put some things forward, put some things backward. In whole, it's a lot, but we're always coping.
All right, thank you so much for the question. So I would describe being a student leader during this time as basically just chaotic. As the old chairman of Alexander Brown Hall, when you wake up, you expect that something will go wrong because you are leading over 650 Brown Knights. And be it health conditions, water is not running in D block, water is not running in G block, something will always come up. So I think it helps to just know that and incorporate that into your life as a student, and you will not be surprised most times. Then the two major issues we have is maintenance and electricity. Those are the two major problems we have.
Thank you so much. Okay, so now we'll be doing a bit of reminiscence and asking those of our fathers who were leaders in their time. I'll be starting with Sir Wani, Dr. Wani. What was it like being a student leader in your day? What challenges did you face and how did you solve them?
Great UIs. Great UI. Greatness UI. Great. Well, we know that things have changed from 1985 to 2025, period of 40 years. It has not been easy for the country. And definitely would have been easy for university. During our time, things were far better. Not minding that, I don't know whether you're trying to deceive us. This place is looking beautiful now. But we know that, go around, go inside, we read papers and we hear of generators being brought to the teaching hospital and everything. It wasn't like that. The politicians failed us. Did not pay attention to what they are supposed to have done. And during our time, I remember that as a student leader, the university sent me abroad for meeting. I went to Holland, I went to Amsterdam for meeting. No. The problem I had then was that I had stubborn people in the Senate, like Professor David Soy. and Ofoka, and one CC Wednesday. Unfortunately, it's not here. To get things passed, I have to walk around them. How do we get this? They will interview me and say, what do you want it for? I plead, look, we need, they will say, no, I'm not too happy with your explanation. Can you imagine that? A time came, there was no money, I was wondering, they said, where will you get the money? I had to approach the governor, the then governor, and he gave us some money. I don't know whether they were aware, but I was. But at least with that, I was able to carry out the things I wanted to do. So my advice is, first of all, for the leaders, you have to take it easy and cooperate with the authorities. And continue to demand, they will listen to you. Nigeria as a whole, it has not been easy for everybody. Then I will tell you advice for some of you growing up. To progress in life, I think 3 major broad things, especially if you're a student. Number 1, you must remember God in whatever you do. Pray. No matter the situation, God is there to help you. Even when the situation seems useless, you overcome. Number 2, you must work hard. Medicine has the highest score in JAM. Medicine is the highest thing for you to do. You must work hard. And as a student leader, you have to travel here, travel there. You have to do extra hard. Number 3, your progress in life also depends on the kind of woman you marry. Yeah. Have a hardworking, beautiful wife. You see, that I've done many things today is not just because I'm medical director, I have a hospital, I have other businesses. Just like my friend Habib here, he's a businessman, medicine job by the side. So I'm into oil and gas. I have other things, and the woman is there to push them. I just sit down, manage the clinic with doctors and so on. But she goes about trying to see that things are done. So the women are very powerful and good. In fact, your success in life depends on the woman you marry. So my advice to everybody is, we must pray to God. It's God that determines everything. You must work hard. Because if you work hard without God, you can end up with nothing. Then your woman must be very useful, because they determine what you achieve in life. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, another round of applause for you. To the men here, marry well. You get why? Okay, so we'd like to ask this question just to a few of our panelists and then to one of the members of the 1985 class that is seated here. How would you advise the future doctors here to make the decision whether to pursue a career in Nigeria or to go abroad? Things are very different now. What should we consider? And for the doctor, like me, who chooses to stay in Nigeria, how would you advise us to build wealth and to build a successful career here in Nigeria, especially when we don't come from wealthy backgrounds? So we'd like to, to direct the question to Dr. Okewale first.
Okay, thank you, everybody. As you have seen here today, you've seen examples of doctors that finished and stayed at home. You've seen examples of doctors that traveled abroad and jackpada in the real sense of it. And you've seen some of us that stayed abroad. There is no hard and fast rule about it. The most important thing is, like nearly everybody here has been saying, well, I call it my own 2 W's. Worship, and through your worship, you will know the work that your Creator has created for you. You know, not work and worship. You know, you worship first, and you will see that I'm being very particular about the worship. I didn't say Christian, Muslim, or anything. Worship. You must be in tune with your Creator, and He will guide you on which ways to go. The worst thing that can happen in life is to run a race that is not your own race. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Okewale.
Okay, I'm going to speak about going abroad. As Dr. Okewale said, clarity of purpose, the most important thing. So how you get there, worship, whatever way you get there, you have to determine what you want to do. So if you want to go abroad, it's possible, you have to work towards it. Okay? The key thing is you got to pass the qualifying exams. That's the key thing. You got British system and you got the American system. Okay? All the details you can find online. So you got to go study them and know exactly what you're going to face. Now, secondly, for some people, it's easier to go abroad. So the next key thing is, if you have a clarity of purpose, is how you're going to get abroad. That's going to be the next thing. So whether you get in a passport, whether you get in visa, whether you're marrying somebody with citizenship, whatever, those are the routes available to you. And you just got to exploit which is easiest for you to get there. Thirdly, there's the issue of finance. Okay, things have changed. The exams are much more expensive than they used to be. So you got to plan what, first of all, clarity of purpose. Secondly, how to get to your chosen destination. It may be the UK and it may be the States. For me, I had the luxury of getting a British passport. I was born in Britain. So I had that luxury when I left. And going from UK to the US as a citizen, no big deal, okay? But you have the examination routes which will get you in. So clarity of purpose, know what exams you need to face, know how you're going to finance the issues to take you where you need to go. And when you get there, it's all the same deal. It's hard work. There's no easy route. You go study, work hard, and like I said before, networking is key. You don't just arrive somewhere on your own. You talk to people, people on the ground give you advice, you know what to expect, you know where to go, and you know the things to do immediately you get there.
Okay. Sorry, no, please, sorry, sir. I'm so sorry. Please, we need to coordinate. Yes, please follow my lead with giving the mic. So please give it to Dr. Habib. He's supposed to follow our lead. Okay, so Dr. Habib, would like you to answer the same question, but particularly from the place of building a career as a doctor, who chooses to stay, and especially when you're not from a wealthy background. And then I'm going to add a second question to that, specifically from you, from the leadership questions, which is, how did your experience as a student leader in medical school prepare you for your career as a doctor and in business leadership? So first of all, building a career as a doctor in Nigeria, especially if you're not from a wealthy background, I mean, sir, you've done so much owning hospitals and stuff. So how can someone here do the same thing? And then how did your experience help you as a doctor and in business leadership? Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. There are two questions. As a student, there is one philosophy I had that still stays with me till today. Anything you want to do, there are people who have found the best way to do such a thing in the past. You understand? Instead of you to try and struggle with stress, doing it by yourself, that is a cause of stress. Go to a bookshop and ask, is there an author who is a specialist in this kind of problem? And you sit down, take coffee, you understand now, and read the book and be guided every day of your life with this philosophy. When I was a student, because I came from a very poor background, my parents could not pay my school fees. So somebody else, an uncle, paid my school fees in secondary school and in university. So I didn't want the same situation to happen to me, that I would not be able to pay the school fees for my children. So money in life was my priority. So I had to make up my mind. Will I prefer to be a professor? Or I would prefer to be someone who owns businesses? Don't talk about billionaire. So, and the answer was very quick, very easy. I wanted to. So I started reading books that has title. I'm always very concerned about the title. What does it promise? If it promises that I will read, I will become rich, you will see me. You understand now? So I had a book, which incidentally I dashed my friend many years after, Lucky. This book had its title, Think and Grow Rich, by Napoleon Hill. When everybody were running around saying Happy New Month, I would take the book. I would read it during the first week of every month. I did that for 6 years. The book helped me to run the administration of ABH. At that time, the book helped me to. The knowledge I had from the book, we had many challenges during my tenure as a chairman of ABH. First, there was the problem of no money in the account of ABH, so we needed money. The book helped me to visit the Provost and the VC. You understand, at that time, to get access to, they used to call it essential commodity in those days. So we had a little shop we were selling, and we were making money. We were making money the hall was rich. As a matter of fact, the hall was the richest hall in the university. And from there, they made me the chairman of the committee of hall chairmen for the entire university. So anything you focus your mind on expands. The key to prosperity is focus. You get what I mean? Learn the language of money. If you come out, you say, I didn't have plenty of stress because I will read books on how to solve any problem I had. Most of the causes of stress you see come from doing things you have no power over. There are two types of problems. The first one, what you can do something about. The second one, that is not within your power. And those ones represent about 80% of the problems. So if you have no power, then you pray. The ones you have power over, you take action. But it has to be guided action, not stupid actions. Actions that has been taken, that has been tested, tried, proved to work. Before you work, find out what works. Don't just work. When you do that, then the result is likely to be more productive, makes you happier, because you are getting positive results. If you want to have money outside school, first study how to save. That is the language of money. Don't assume that you know. That is the origin of stupidity. To think that because you own a bank account or your father has told you a few things about saving, and then you rest heavily on that protocol, you will save, and then unsave. And then you do that every month, every year, until you get to the evening of your life. You must learn how to save, how to divide your money that comes in. Which one for charity? Which one for you to spend? And which one for the future? You have to learn how to set goals. If you don't know how to set goals and you are in business, you just be wandering around like goats. Meaning that you will just be walking. You have nothing to aim at. When you have something to aim towards, it gives you hope for the future. When you have hope for the future, it will grant you strength in the present. You feel motivated. I don't think have I answered your problem?
Thank you very much, sir. I hope we're jotting things down. Thank you. All right. So, Dr. George, Professor Oforka, and Dr. Olu, when you were giving us your legacy stories, you spoke about traditional clinical pathways, changing ways during the pathway, and having a non-clinical career pathway. How would you advise a final year medical student or a young doctor who's still unsure of what pathway to take? And could you please give us your responses in about 1 minute?
Just like my colleague has said, you must focus on what you want to do. And when you focus on what you want to do, you can now take a pathway. The non-clinical pathway, maybe we're talking about the fashion industry I decided to go into. I had an interest in sewing long before that time. And then when I found I wasn't going for residency, I needed to do something to add to the family income. And so I focused on that and pushed it on to open a business. I started small. To be honest, I didn't go for training, which actually most people do. They go train to sew. But somehow, my family line, we all could sew because our mother was a seamstress. So because of that, I used people as guinea pig. When I started making wedding gowns, I used my younger brother's wife. He was going to get married. He was a pastor. He didn't have any money at that time. And I wasn't ready for his wife to go renting clothes. So I started with her. When she told me about the clothes she wanted to go and I said, no, let's go to the market. We'll start something. I was sewing and trying it on her until it came out so beautiful. At the end of the day, that advertised me, you know, several things like that. Like I make clothing for pastors. There are pastors' gowns, preaching gowns, and cassocks. I started with this same younger brother. He will come. He doesn't have money. I buy the material. I put it, I sew, and then we try it on him. We adjust and so on. At the time that their convention decided to choose a style for that, that church nationwide, it was his design that they chose. And that made me start sewing for a lot of people all over the country. So you decide what you want to do, work on it, and then you will achieve your aim.
Yes, I just need to clarify one of the things I didn't do is for not speaking for my hearing. Just had my name.
Can you announce the question out because it's going to answer it too. Speak out the question.
All right. Okay, so having explored a traditional clinical pathway where you changed path, how would you advise a final year medical student or a young doctor on what career pathway to take?
Well, part of the advice I gave is you can make your plans, but like Tobina said, it's always important to have a plan in place of what you want to achieve, because if you don't know where you're going, there's no road leading there. Okay? You meet a dead end. But what actually happens in life, what we see as choice, sometimes happens to us. And the survival instinct of adaptation immediately helps you. And I will use my own lived life experience. Somebody asked earlier, how do you decide whether to go to England or stay in Nigeria? At our last reunion, one of us said, look at Ofoka in England. Because I'm doing like this, you know it's one of the girls, yeah? He said, look at Ofoka. When we were in school, nobody expected him that he was going to England. And look at him now. And that is true. When I was in UCH, my desire was to stay here, be a plastic surgeon with Dr. Obonna. But when the decision came to go to England or not to go to England, My mom had cancer, came to UCH, had metastasis, died. There was no money. And I got somebody who I treated his mom, and he said, do you know what? Staying in Nigeria is not good for you. I'm sending you to England. That's how I ended up in England. And it's still on record that when I went to England, he said, you may not be a plastic surgeon, I won't promise you, but you'll be fine. And I went to England with admission to do diploma in AIDS and sexually transmitted diseases. Okay, so that wasn't a choice I made, but it happened to me and I landed in England. And to change from plastics to emergency medicine, I passed my fellowship and I went for about 39 interviews to get a number. Training number is something you get, then you get into that specialty. I've done all the exams, I was a fellow of all the colleges, but I just won't get it. The people I'm teaching how to operate will come and get the job. Yes, and that's, so one of the consultants just said, why don't you come and work with me in emergency medicine because of the transferable skills I already have. When I go to do locum in A&E, the nurses, everybody is happy because I had a lot of transferable skills. In trauma, I'll look at, after all the minor injuries, burn, hand injuries, and they needed me. He took me in, made me a registrar in the department, and I trained for 3 years and became a consultant in emergency medicine. It is a 6-year training now, but all the experiences were added together. Again, was that a choice I made? It wasn't. And I'm sure a lot of the panel here will be, because when I stayed in plastics, it was frustrating me. I'm saying if Professor Kale sees me here, that I am playing second fiddle, he will not be happy. And I needed to move on. And that's why I opened myself to that flexibility when the opportunity came. See the opportunity, recognize it, and don't be afraid to be flexible. If I insisted I must be a plastic surgeon, the opportunity to use my skills as an emergency physician, which now in the UK, I'm in so many committees because of the skills I already have, and they see it as opportunity.
Thank you very much. Yes, can you? Yes, and then Dr. Jibodu, please, one of our...
Great UIs.
Great.
I am Dr. Kayode Oyefule, one of them. Yeah, life has taught me a lot of things too, just as my friends have enumerated theirs. You must have a plan, and you live your plan. Don't waver or peep at your friend's plans, because occasionally his plans may be designated to work for him alone. So if you go and do that, you may just be fumbling and rumbling on the floor. So you have your plans. Make sure that along the line, you are on top of everything. Look at what your friend is doing. Anything that you feel that he does that will help you, don't hesitate to pull that as part of your own plan too. So going abroad, staying in Nigeria is a choice. I decided to stay in Nigeria, and to God be the glory. I'm a private medical practitioner. I have my hospital in Lagos, and I have few doctors working along with me there too, as long as nurses and all that. I think my own greatest encouragement is the wife I have. My wife is a nurse. She's a nurse. So she supported me wholly. And she was supporting me not because she wanted her money to increase, her salary to increase. She would rather say, let us pay every other person first. Let us see what comes in at the end of the month. Let's see what we are going to keep for future. Let's see with the ones that we're going to use, especially for our children who were just coming up at that time. So, no problem. Just make up your mind. Look at people's lives and then fashion your own to the one that meets your own personal goals. My chair is everywhere. He is everywhere. It has been like that when we were here. We were roommates at a particular. I think was it the part 4? Everywhere. So it's an encouragement to me too. Anytime I look, okay, Abib is going, okay, let me go this way. Let me add this to my own practice and all that. And it's a guy that is just there for everybody. God bless you, my brother.
Thank you very much. Before Dr. Jibodu adds on, I just wanted to say I'm talking about the principles of money. And one of them that I believe you practice is generosity, giving, spreading. I just want to say, when we started the Global Sponsor Student Program, we drew out, when I was Provost, we drew out the costs of how the program will be. And we said at that time that every student will get 20,000 as upkeep. That's apart from the school fees, health professional levy, and so on. And Dr. Lamitoye told me, he said, my own students are not getting 20,000. He says, my own students, we get 40,000. Yes. And he started off with 5 of them. And I remember very clearly, because initially there were fewer girls. Maybe people didn't believe that it was going to be genuine. But I remember then I had 2 girls in the program, and I immediately moved them to Dr. Abib's scholar. Yes, to his scholarship. Because, so they had 2 girls, the only 2 girls at the onset. I was one of the first people to buy into that program. That's part of the principles of money. Cast your nets wide, spread out, give, and it shall be given unto you. Good measure, pressed down, shaken together, and running over. It's a principle. It's a principle. Thank you. Okay.
When I was invited to come and lead ICOMA worldwide, the first thing that came to my mind was I would need a team of competent people. People who are selfless. The first person my mind went to was Professor Omigbodu. I told her, I have a problem. They have forced me, Professor Akonde and many other, Professor Salako said I should come and run ICOMA like business. Come and can you be my first vice president? She was so thorough. You understand? She was so thorough that if you can be the provost, if you can be the provost, the college will experience transformation. All we could do, we had the capacity to do. I couldn't vote. I'm not a professor. But we supported her with all we had. We prayed because I didn't have power. It was not within my capacity. So by the time she became provost, I said, whatever dream you have becomes my dream.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm very grateful for your support. God bless you.
It was just to add something just slightly different to encourage all of us. We are all very creative. Medical students, doctors of many, many years. Creativity, intelligence got all of us here to where we are today, 40 years later, 5 years later. Whatever you want to do, we call it side hustle, I would say. Don't be ashamed. Whether if you have that talent, like our colleague here, if it's hair you're good at doing, if you're good at, some are good at creative writing. There's no reason if you think you can write a book. Write a book. You never know, 40 years later, someone is reading a book that you've written. If you are creative and you are good in music, learn how to play a good musical instrument. You never know where that will take you. You never know who will listen to your composition and want to take it further. Do something different. Do something by the side and just see how it takes you. If it's money, that's your talent. Find that money and do something with it. Here you have your future husbands, and I think for some reason, doctors and nurses seem to get on very well. I met my husband in medical school, and 38 years later, we're still here. So surround yourself with those people and be creative. Use your creative side. That's all what I just want to say. I think you used to play the guitar very well when we were in medical school. I can't forget that.
Thank you. Yes, thank you so much. God bless. Oh yes, we are rounding up now. Just before you speak, we'll take a few questions from the group. You have questions? Oh, you already have questions. Those who have questions, put up your hand. Sorry, I'm just a minute. If you have questions, 1, 2, is that all? Okay, the 2 of you come so that we can do it quickly. We're rounding up, and then we're going to have a photograph with the class. So the class will arrange the front, and then you will come, we'll take with all of you. And then we're going to bus you to the hostel site, where we're going to be taking a photograph. But we'll have some photographs before we go, and then classmates will take photographs. And then we are going to Alexandra Brown Hall for the cafeteria for our own lunch. You will have once you have finished your task, we have your lunch ready. Nice packs of lunch, sweets with your drinks. And then we also have a notebook and pen, yes, from our class, because we love you. Everything is inside your pack. But we are going quietly into ABH. We want to relive our past. So we are going to ABH cafeteria, just members of the class and our spouses. Thank you very much.
Hello. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak. I want to say, as my colleagues have earlier said, once you have a plan of what you want to be in life, you also pray along with it. There may be occasion or situation that may come. There may be situation beyond your control. But even with that, you still put everything in the hands of God, and you also work hard towards it and be focused. I started as a medical doctor. I wanted to be an ophthalmologist. By divine providence, God directed me to somebody who helped me to get it done. I started practicing, but situation beyond my control took me out of my pathway. And Immediately I realized that I will not be able to function effectively as a ophthalmologist. I quickly switched into something that I know I could handle. And with the grace of God, with prayers, I did what I did before I left service, and it's still what I'm still handling as of today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Hello. My name is Dr. Adeyemi Omolara Oshiemi. They call me Oshilara. Just combine the name. I just want to respond to this question of how do you decide what to do? I can give you my example. I mean, they know me. I was almost I just play around. I do only two things in those days. I play chess and I make noise in ABH. Oh yes, someone reminded me I play football too. But what I'm trying to say today is that my colleagues have emphasized it. Decide what you want to do. Second, present it to the Almighty Father, whichever way you know. Don't jump first. Present it to Him and start walking towards it. Dr. Ayodeji said something I want to say. Focus on it, make your plan, and also networking is good. And I'm happy Jisoro also said the same thing. You have to use your network. Right. I'll just tell you a quick one. Follow your passion, please. I know I cannot be a surgeon. Whatever I learned in medicine, I learned it from pediatrics because my passion for children was just so great. So I remember whether going to UK or Nigeria, I did not plan anything. I was just going to stay in Nigeria. But I remember Baba Oshiemi would always say, look, Yemi, you need to go to UK. That's why I didn't sell my house. I said, Dad, what are they going to do there? I have no plan to go there at all. But one day, I used to get the postgraduate medical journal. And I saw that, all right, they can do one exam there. They call PLAB. I just was advertised. And I took it to the man, to Baba Mamoshi. You want me to go there? Now, I know what I want to do. I'm going to do pediatrics. No, please, can you pay this? And the man said no. And I traded my car, just exchange. What I'm saying is, the opportunity will come to you, but you need to be focused. And I will hand it to one thing. I had it when I was doing my membership exam. No, I didn't hear it. I read it in one Australian book. Luck. Luck is when your preparation coincides with opportunity. You have to be prepared. You see, if your preparation is here, and luck is doing, that wave, and you remain down here, it will not reach you. You need to try and get to that level. That when the wave comes down, you meet it. Thank you very much.
Luck, take it again, sir.
Luck is a quote from one in the membership book from two Australian. Luck is when your preparations coincides with opportunity. Yeah, you must prepare and reach the level. And I try to just show you this. This is the wave going up and down. It means that even if you prepare and you get there when the wave is up. So that means you need to keep your preparation, your struggle to remain when the thing comes down. Thank you.
So much. I'm learning, and I belong to I'm learning. Thank you so much. And luckily for us, we are live streaming. So it's all this on YouTube, and there are people watching. Dr. Oladeji. Yes.
Olajide Adeshola. Yes. Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, when he mentioned the issue of luck, and the provost emphasized that point, I decided that I read a piece over the past few weeks. I was reading about the Titanic in a project that was given to me, the sinking of the Titanic early in the century. And I read a quote from Winston Churchill. He said, what you need in life, and this is one of the men who went through the thick and thin when a lot of people thought the world was coming to an end during the Second World War. That was the time he was looking at the horoscope. He had to consult the horoscope because he thought the Germans nearly defeated the English. But going to the point, he said, the Titanic, don't pray to be wealthy and don't pray to be well connected. The people who are wealthy and well connected were the people who died in the Titanic. Just pray for luck. So always pray for luck. Tunde Okewale has mentioned prayer. Remember to pray for luck. Thank you.
He said worship and work. And the luck is divine. Divine, yes, it's a divine. So we're rounding up now. After this, we're going to take the votes of thanks. Yes, we are removing the launching. We'll do that another day. Divine, I say divine, yes, divine. And so we'll take our votes of thanks because, so please, but it's good. I'm happy that we're all participating. And after this, Chinyere Obasi, you're one of our leaders in the class who have kept us together cohesive. You're going to say, and a neurosurgeon of distinction. You're going to speak, so get ready.
I think the panelists and all that have spoken have said my mind, so I concur. But I just want to leave this advice because it helped me one time. I think that should be our second year. I would have dropped out when the battle became tough. Not in terms of the learning side, though. When it became 001 and 002. What kept me was very simple. I recollected my roots. I remembered my family. And I knew that there were people making sacrifices for me to be in that school. And that if I drop out, it was not going to be easy for them. So, always remember your family. Remember your family name. Remember those making sacrifices for you to be here. Stay strong. And God will make you to succeed. Pray. Okay. Johnson Mwajago is my name. A chief, titled chief, Knight of St. Christopher. Okay, I'm also a lawyer.
Thank you very much. I asked two of our students to come and ask their questions. Well, the neurosurgeon is cooking the...
So please introduce yourself, your name, your class, and then your question.
Good afternoon. My name is Sulaiman Goodness Oluwatosin David. I am not a medical student. I'm a postgraduate student at the Center for Child and Adolescent Mental Health, CCAM. So my question is directed to Dr. Edwards. So I wanted to ask...
Professor Foka.
Yes, sir. Okay, that's his surname, sorry. So I wanted to ask, how did... I have some mental health challenges too. So I wanted to ask how you kept performing, especially in medical school. Because I have been known to be a very intelligent person. I always ahead of my class until these challenges started. And I won't say that that's the reason why I fell behind, but it became difficult to read, especially keeping attention and reading was extremely difficult. So that's one of the reasons, even the postgraduate course I'm studying now, I had to do the PGD first before doing the MSc because of things like that. So I am very passionate about CCAM. I want to be a mental health advocate. I want to be a mental health practitioner. And one of the first steps is to graduate with good degree. How do I power through and study even while battling this?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Don't go away.
Suleiman, don't go away.
Yes. Because what I'm going to say is really very important. However, you said, how did you? Yeah? I didn't. But by the grace of God, I stand before you here with who I am. Because when I was in your situation, those that knew me, some of my friends, Ben Jack, they would say, Eddie, how do you do this? Because for me, the distraction, easy excitability, was that I was lazy. I didn't like to read. And I just escaped second MB. Every exam I start preparing 2 days before. And the thing about the type of neurodiversity I have, there's a lot of intelligence, creativity. You can do things, but you have to concentrate on it. Even if it's 1 hour, something has to be an incentive for you to do it. So for me, the exam managed to be my incentive. And I thank God for it. And remember, I said, if I had had a younger secretary, I would have lived my life thinking I was just a loafer. And I was lucky to get to where I got to. After my diagnosis, my second daughter said, Dad, I've always known it. There's something wrong with you. Everybody knew something was wrong with me, except me. I was doing my best. I'll be like, why do I desire it so much? And yet, I'll sit down and watch Mighty Eagle. Because I said Mighty Eagle. Does anybody remember? Yeah? Yeah. Yeah. But you say, remember where you came from. I can't even tell you where I came from. My parents, they had to sacrifice so much. So sometimes I cry, I feel bad, I feel I am not giving it my best, but I can't help myself at that time. For some people, it sounds crazy, but I got to know this in my old age, but I had escaped it. My life, from now onwards, what I have promised myself, which is why I've shared it here, is that those boys still exist. Those boys and girls who are going through what I went through, they still exist. And people who don't recognize it, in fact, will write them off rather than support them. But with a little support, there's a lot of creativity and a lot of things that can happen in people who are neurodiverse. Okay? Yes. And ADHD is just one of them. There will be people who are dyslexic and all of that. Until my daughter, in her final year in the dental school, was diagnosed with dyslexia, she was surviving. She was doing very well, just managing. But the thing is that she will spend double time, like, more than her sister. Okay, so somehow God got me through it, but everybody is not as lucky as I have been. And that's why I'm going to dedicate whatever is left of me to support as much people as I can.
Yes, thank you very much. In fact, one of the things, Ife, you are coordinating this program with us, taking a lead, but we need to get a communique. We shouldn't just leave this. We've had excellent discussions, world-class top discussions. We need to get out the recommendations from this. And one of them is this issue of the neurodiversity, building it into our counseling system so that students and others can benefit. We can have regular education about it and put in interventions to help students in need with these various mental health, neurodiversity conditions. Thank you so much, and we want to partner with you on that. Thanks. Yes,
okay,
please.
Thank you so much, Saz and Ma. Thank you for coming back to share your experiences and your legacies with us. I've been so inspired by your words. My name is Ayomide Oyekon, and I'm currently in 600 level. So yes, I have just one question. Saz and Ma, your class graduated in 1985. That was years before the internet came. Before internet came into Nigeria, especially. And now I'm going to be graduating in 2027. I have the internet already. In fact, I have more than just the internet. I have AI at my disposal. And now this as beyond medical school, beyond access to medical resources, the internet has also exposed me to the idea of globalization. Now I can connect with medical students from other schools in Nigeria, from private schools in Nigeria. I can connect with medical students from Harvard, from Oxford, from medical schools outside the country. And I see the things they're doing. They're winning research grants, attending conferences, participating in summer schools, and leading awesome projects. And now I am here in Nigeria, I'm here in Ibadan, and the advice has been, come to school, read your book. But I know I'm going to graduate in 2027. I'm going to be competing with that fellow from Babcock University in Nigeria, who is going to be graduating with two degrees, a BSc in the basic medical sciences and an MBBS. I'm going to be competing with that guy from Chicago who has won over $5,000 in grants and has done so many things. And so my question simply, especially to Dr. Kehinde and to anyone else who has any useful advice for me, how do you think I can combine the demands of globalization, the demands of the outside world? How can I be world class? How can I be globally relevant with the demands of Ibadan Medical School? Thank you.
Okay, it's a very heavy loaded question. I don't know if you want to respond quickly. Let me ask. I'm sorry, I'll go outside the class. I'm asking Professor Migbodo is into medical education.
Well, I wanted to stay silent all through, but now I've been compelled by my boss. That's a very good question. You also identified a lot of resources, and I can assure you those resources are not exclusive to Harvard or Oxford. Anywhere you are in the world, you can access resources because of this internet that you are alluding to and all the other things. We are now going into the age of artificial intelligence and all of that. So please try to access those resources. You can access them from Ibadan here. I mean, we had faculty board or academic board a couple of weeks ago. 3 of your students have won fellowships or scholarships to go to institutions. One in San Diego, Somebody else, I think, got something for Chicago, Northwestern University or something like that. Right here, your mates in ABH, they are winning those awards. They are open to you. The problem with many students is they are not looking in the right places. So you need to look. Ask and you shall be given. Seek and you will find. But if you stay in your cocoon, you stay in your silo, the world will pass you by. I run one of the largest doctoral training programs in Africa. That opportunity is open to so many people. Ibadan has benefited the most. I'm proud to say that from that program, the Consortium for Advanced Research Training in Africa. The resources we've attracted to Ibadan exceeds $5 million. Beneficiaries from here. There are beneficiaries from other institutions across Africa. It is the people who saw those opportunities and were able to key into it. We trained them through doctoral training. We are also supporting them as early career researchers. But again, you have to seek. I mean, we've trained more than 280 now, but only about 70 have accessed those other resources that are available after completing their doctoral training. So please don't feel disadvantaged in any way, particularly in this day and age. You can access resources, but don't spend your time surfing the net in unproductive ventures. Spend your time seeking for things that will improve you. Everything that has been said by the panelists today is about you have to apply yourself, you have to work. And to be able to work productively, I like my brother, Dr. Olamitoye. To be able to work productively, you need to know where to direct your effort. There are people who are working and working and working, and they have nothing to show. So your effort, you must channel it to production. And if you do that, you are certain to succeed. And you know, one thing about medical students and the other students of the health professions, they are the cream de la cream. When I was provost, when we go to Senate meeting to consider results, you find out they used to talk about, when we're announcing results in Senate, we highlight those who are in first class range. And you find the deans of faculties and candidates so. I couldn't do that because 70–80% of the medical students at 100 level were in first class range. Unfortunately, after that, your degree is unclassified. And so you find out that people who are working so hard, only a few will get distinctions. Many, but you are the best of the best. Let that potential come out.
Okay. You want to respond? Yes, thank you. Okay, we have to round up, but I will just take two quick. No, yeah, I think it's important. The only thing I just want to add is that people need guidance. People need guidance. Because, if you say, oh, it's out there, many people need some degree of mentorship. You know, as the founding director of the Center for Child and Adolescent Mental Health, I have several, in fact, my mentees are the ones who are, organizing things. I have one research grant, I have research grants, my research staff, but they need guidance. So and I think that's where we need to come in the communique. That students have needs. They are feeling maybe disadvantaged. That students in Harvard, Oxford, Cambridge are at an advantage. But we need to make them know that even though we don't have lights, we have problems of lights, no water, but we need to guide them to those resources. One of the things that I had wanted to do when I was provost was to have a work study. A work study. Because we are very privileged that our children were able to attend on scholarship because we couldn't afford to pay, attended world-class universities. And one of the things they did was they did work study. And one of the areas of work study is research. So you can build your research interest while you are a medical student. You can be interning with me. And those are the things we need to build into our medical curriculum or dental curriculum or physiotherapy or wherever. So that while you are in medical school, you know you are working with Professor Migbodu in my lab. If you are interested in the area of neuroscience, child and adolescent mental, that's the structure that we need to put in place. So that throughout medical school, you are learning, you are doing research, you are publishing under mentorship, under guidance. And you are so bright, I'm sure you'll be very prolific. So we need to really organize that. Thank you very much. We just take.
So if I can quickly add something,
yes.
Please. I was going to say networking is very important, and that's what Mrs. Omigodo has said. You have to know people to work with, to network. You have to know there's nothing wrong with medical students attending conferences. And even now, you can do it virtually. You don't have to be there. There was, workshops, you can do it virtually, you can attend all those things, and that will help you. If you have your lecturer or your professor that is into research and things, just join, let them know what you're interested in, and that will open doors for you. So it's networking. When you're on your social media, look for something that is productive, not just social. Look for something that will develop you in your career, in your medical work. So networking is important. Let your lecturers know. Be involved in research, in things like that. Conferences, you can attend conferences. It can be virtual. And when you do that, you can make connections.
Thank you very much. I think we're going to have to round up now. I'm told there are many pressing. The lady in pink had another question for Professor Ofoka and so on. There is here, Professor and Mrs. Ofoka. They have a lot of questions for you. But what I would suggest is that we'll see how maybe we're here till Thursday morning. For those who have pressing questions, if you attend to, we can have him make arrangements for maybe possibly one-on-one. I don't know how it's going to, or have some group, because I think the students they've really enjoyed this session. And I can see that. They are.
This is just straightforward information. As a medical student, most of these international medical associations will allow you to attend their conferences free. You just have to register as a medical student and they will let you attend free. And virtually all these conferences are now virtual. So you attend the conference right here for free.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So if you have questions, write them down, write your name, write your contacts. I think, this is what we really need, more of this. So interact alumni with students, because there's a lot of thirst for knowledge. But we will have to round up now. The chairman of the LOC has commanded that we must end this session. What we're going to do now is, I want the panelists, you can have a group photo, and then you move to your seats, and then we'll have the vote of thanks by Dr. Yetunde Shitabe Ni Akinshikpe. And then we will end the program. We'll take some group photographs. Our classmates will be moved. Students, please, you remain seated. Your rise is assured. Okay? Nobody will tamper with it. But we need to boss our elders. Yoruba, we are it's elders. We're going to boss them for lunch. That's after they've taken photos. And then, are we bossing them too, or they will trek? They will boss some of them. But we'll give you instructions. But let the elders leave first. The baby of the class is how old? So you can imagine how old the rest of us are. So let's have a group photo of just the panelists, please. Where is our photographer, please? And then...
Sorry, just one adage. Just so something to take away with you, following Dr. Kainde, your network is your net worth. Your network is your net worth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can join them at the edge. So our panelists, let's clap for our panelists. I've learned so much from our panelists. No, these students, you are part of the panel. Covenant. Greatest you are. I can now say, Bo, Ba. I mean, how do you do it? Bo, Bas, Bodo. Lights down. No. Why? You don't want them to why? No, it won't show. She can do it. She can do it with class. Okay. Okay, stay at the edge. If we turn slightly, let's turn just slight. My chairman will be in the center. You were in the center yesterday's photo. Move to this side. MMI. It's okay. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. Turn. Oh yeah, turn. Turn and face. No, don't turn. You are in the middle. Just turn.
Shoulder to shoulder.
Shoulder to. That's what I'm. Shoulder to shoulder. This is the ASU. ASU. Do you know the ASU? You people are all you're all politics. Oh yeah, turn. Mix. Of Nigeria. And then our classmates, when the students come down, we will join and take a group photograph together on stage, please. Yeah, we can have yes. So those are panelists. Another applause for our panelists. Thank you. So the students, panelists can please go. And then all our classmates, please. Classmates, the spouses you join later. This class, if you graduated MBBS BDS 1985 and you are physically here, I think let's use my colleagues. While we want to take a photograph with the students, we want to take a photo. So while we are taking this, can we move these 2 rows? So we will sit like the way we do it for induction. Okay. I will go upstairs. Dr. Bogu. Please, can members of my research team, LOC, come and help to clear the front? There are only few people here clearing the front. Please, can you help? And so let's wait a few minutes because the floor is dirty. Please, let's clear it quickly. Let's clear it quickly. No, don't move those chairs. We are going to take a group photo where we...
As you go away, don't forget where you came. If you lose your way, you can pray. Don't be afraid, don't lose faith. You will find your help, there'll be a way. Just remember to pray, and you'll be okay. Papa, he calls every day. He asks me, son, I hope you're doing okay. Oh my papa, he today fears I go astray. 'Cause I walk a stranger land, and my home is so far away. Papa says if you lose your way, you can pray. Don't be afraid, don't lose faith. You will find your help, there'll be a way. Just remember to pray, and you'll be okay. Yourself to pray for Papa. Make him find more strength and grace. And may the good Lord keep him longer, in Jesus' name. If you lose your way, you can pray. Don't be afraid, don't lose faith. You will find your help, there'll be a way. Just remember to pray.
Spouses, please. Spouses. Mrs. Olamitoye, go and stay near your sweetheart. Let's clap for Mrs. Olamitoye. Bola, ẹ kúrò ní center yẹn. Ẹ ti dúró sí center yẹn tó. Spouses, go and stand with your... I am a spouse. My dear, wá dúró tì mí.
Tonight, you're always on my mind. It's a miracle that you're mine. I can see it in
Please, let's have spouses quickly. Let's have with our spouses. Let's move down this way. Can we move down a little? Can we turn? Myself and my husband will abstain from this because you have not given us a place to stand. What's that?
Yeah. Stay with me forever. Our love will last forever. No man can put us under. What God has joined together. Stay with me forever. This love will last forever. No man can put us under. What God has joined together. Walking down the aisle, make me wanna cry. This angel's about to be mine.
Okay, let's stay where we are. Put a row of chairs. Don't use those ones. Please, let's stay where we are.
So leave them tell you things baby, believe them. I'm a very good guy. Yeah. And if I tell you, say I love you, lady, do believe me.
Let's put it together. Sorry, my dear, come and sit. No, come and sit.
No man can put us under. What God has joined together, stay with me forever.
Dr. Habib Olamitoye and
no man can put us under. What God has joined together, all my love, all yours, now and forevermore. I'll be your man, I'll be yours.
No, it's not. I don't
take my heart, take it all my love, all yours, now and forevermore. I'll be your man, I'll be yours, so you can have it all, baby. Oh my God,
Doctor, you are a counselor in school about marriage. Nengi, come and sit. Professor Wagu, please come and sit.
No man will put us under. When me and you will build together. Stay with me forever. This love will last forever. No man will put us under. What God has joined together.
Well, and bring the other chair. No. We still have extra 2 chairs. And where are the 2 chairs? Where's my seat?
I wanna roll by your side.
We are together,
all my days and all my nights. And I'll get rocking chairs for you. Blessed are the future, me and you. I'll tell you all I have concealed. I'll show you all I want you to see. My intentions are crystal clear, sky blue. If you open my heart, you.
Okay, let's take this photo very quickly.
All my life I waited to feel like I do now. Yeah. And I can't wait to have you. Baby, this is day one of forever.
Greatest UI.
Nobody thought we'd ever come this far. I know I can count on you. My baby, you'll be my baby.
Okay, are we done? Okay. Can all the students stand up where you are?
I wanna wake up next to you, watching your eyes as they open. Be a loving father, be your man. In your arms forever, my plan. The future is bright with you.
Please, can some of us sit? Sorry. Oops.
We go survive the crazy nights. You have my attention.
Sorry.
What about
We'll do the once we are done. No. You will do. What should we do? They will. Please, leave. Okay, sit. Say sit.
I know I can count on you. My baby will be my best friend too.
sit down and take a photo. Chuka. Chuka. What's the problem? Huh? Hey, but let's take it out quickly. Where is everybody? Tenor, can you help to remove the chairs, please? So after this photo, we'll have the vote of thanks, and then we'll end. Okay, thank you.
I can't explain what I'm feeling, but I know it is. Oh dear, my beautiful love. Oh my beautiful love. I beg you do make you come. I know sadness this morning you come out, but it feels like forever. Oh dear, my beautiful.
Can you communicate with us so we know what you are doing? Thank you. We need somebody to direct the photo so that we know. You need my mic. There are many mics in this place. Not my mic, you will correct. Oh yeah, take. I need a mic.
And I will do anything for you.
So we're about to take the pictures now. So we are up on the count of 3. Everybody is going to put up a very good.
Please, can we be settled?
You are my angel from above.
So on the count of 3, please put.
You're the best thing that happened to me. My beautiful love.
No, any Sambo. What's the matter? Okay. Okay. This is our ceremonial chairman, Dr. Unze Odunaya.
Okay. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Everybody say class of 85. Greatest UI. No, just say great. Greatest UI. Greatest UI. Okay, so students, when I say greatest UI, please throw it in the air. Greatest UI. Okay, class of 85, you can join them. Greatest UI. To the greatest Bobo. To the greatest Boza. Everybody, let's have 3 Bozas. Boza, Boza, Boza. Thank you.
Please remain seated. Dr. Yetunde Shitabe will give votes of thanks. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Okay, you need to turn down the music. Good evening, everyone. It's been an awesome day, hasn't it been? In terms of protocols aforementioned, those have been mentioned. So I'm not going to go into thanking a whole load of people, but there are some people we need to thank. We need to thank the LOC, who has organized this, mainly Dr. Abibola Mitoye. Professor Omigbodo did most of the legwork, and her team. Thank you very much. To our classmates who showed up, and those who have not been able to show up, who are probably online watching this, thank you very much. To the college that made us, thank you very much. Every department, I am not naming departments, we're just going to do the maintaining protocols thing. Thank you very much. God bless us all. The medical students, sky's the limit. Just go for it, stay focused, and when your time comes, you will know. But you have to be focused. Thank you all for coming. We wish you journey mercies wherever you go, either on your feet, in your car, on the plane, on the ship, whichever way you came. May we all go home blessed and feeling great about this. Thank you all so much. Class of 85, the best class ever. I always tell them, I could not belong to another class. I just can't imagine being in another class. So thank you guys, and well, catch you on the birthday forums.
Thank you very much. Yes. So so can the class of 85 get up, and who's leading them to the buses?
Mr. Soji is there.
Mr. Soji, can they see you so you know? So students remain seated, please. The class of 85, you are being led. Can we have action pictures too as they go out? You want to walk to ABH? Okay, okay.
I don't know if you'll come today. We are worlds apart, but I wonder for days.
Okay. I will get it. So you can sing this song, those of you who can sing. The Lord bless you and keep you. Make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord bind his face towards you and give you peace. The Lord bless you. The Lord bless you and keep you. Make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord turn his face toward you and give you peace. Amen. We say amen. Should we continue? You want to eat? Okay, be seated. Let his favor be upon you and a thousand generations and your children, and the children, and the children, and the children. May his favor be upon you, behind you, all around you, and he's with you, he's with you, he's with you, he's with you in the morning and the evening, in your coming and your going, and you're weeping and rejoicing. He's with you, he's with you, he's with you, he's with you. Oh, amen. 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 Thank you so much. You were truly blessed. And I pray for you that the Lord will bless you. He will keep you. He will favor you. You will be always useful to your generation. You will graduate from this university with high honors. And you will be a blessing to your parents, to your generation. It is well with you. Go forth and shine. Your future is bright. Amen. Amen. So what's the instruction? They're going to share the food. Where? At the site. Who are those going to the site? Shh. Not all. Those with tickets. The clinical students. Okay. The students going to UI wait. The car will come and pick you. Those who are in scrubs, can you get up? You are going to the site. Those in scrubs. Those in scrubs. How are they getting there? Are they walking? Who is leading them? Do you know the new hostel? The Philip Oswald block. Yes, we are going to distribute the food there. So if you have your scrubs, just move straight there. Your packs are going with you. All the clinical students, please. Please, let's go there. We actually, let me tell you. We want to take a photograph with you in front of the block as a gift to Professor Oswa. So we want you, it's important you are there. So please get your, if you are in your scrubs, clinical students, keep your access cards. And then those who are non-clinical, your access cards are with you. We will share the food, just remain seated. So clinical students, please move to the hostel site. Take your access card with you. You are going to use it to collect your food. Please. So go to the front of the hostel. The Philippos. It won't take more than 5 minutes. Please. You know the place. It's behind ABH. So see you there. You guys are wonderful. Honestly. You're a blessing. You are quiet and composed. Wonderful. So all our wonderful clinical students. So the rest of them that have access cards, wave your cards. Let's see. So they will come and give you food. And then the boss is taking you back to UI, right? Okay. Covenants, where is your own access card? You have access card. Well done.
Good afternoon, everyone. So for the clinical students in your scrubs, please could you walk down to the hostel site? Non-clinical students, students going to UI, those not in scrubs, please sit down. You'll be served your food. Make sure you have your access cards with you.
you. Morning, oh my darling. I look upon your face. Oh, good morning, oh my darling. I'm so in love with you today. Oh, your eyes, how they shine, light into my soul. The way that you smile, oh, it makes me glow. Let us make this forever and after, my baby boo. Oh, so much joy and laughter when I am with you.
Please remain seated. Please remain seated so that it doesn't get rowdy. Please remain seated. For students going to UI, the bus will come back. Once they drop the class of 1985 at ABH, the bus will come back to take you to UI. Please remain seated.
You take my breath away, oh my darling. I get worried, see you love me too much. Oh, don't be far away, my honey. Oh, I need you every second of the day. Oh, your eyes, how they shine, light into my soul. The way that you smile, oh, it makes me glow. Let us make this forever and after, my baby boo. Oh, so much joy and laughter when I am with you. You don't steal my heart away. Oh, my baby boo. Hey, you don't steal my heart away. I don't know where you come from or what you do, but I'm grateful to the Lord that it is you. Darling, I feel the same